Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
I put a Celsius packet in my water, so let's see where this takes me.
Oh.
Hey, good afternoon. Hi there. It is afternoon, right? I'm a little out of it today.
It is. That's when our show starts.
Oh, it's September the 11th, too, isn't it? I'm looking at my sheet here, and 9/11. Hey, my name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. You just heard it, but I'll say it again because I am a raging egomaniac. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's here, too.
Yo, creepy hugs.
This is our last Bill Squire day of the week, Mary. So soak it in. Enjoy it.
I always get Mary soaking.
I gotta go. I can't do 3 hours and 57 more minutes of this.
Elapsed time. You know what I want you to do? Mary Santora, please welcome her. She's there in Midtown Manhattan.
Yo.
Mary, I want you to cast your mind a mere 24 hours ahead, where tomorrow will be the Captain Fun and Stepmom Mare show.
If I don't die.
If you don't die. Okay, well, if there's a chance you're going to die, let me know.
I'm going to die if Bill keeps saying gross stuff.
Get me...
We'll see what happens.
Get me that information.
No jury would convict.
Get me that information. Just keep me updated, abreast of the status of your potential demise tomorrow. Mm-hmm. And then we'll go from there. But we're all out on Friday. Bill's performing in Spokane, Washington this weekend. And so tomorrow and Monday will be Captain Fun and Stepmom Mare shows.
Wow.
And they're fun. You know what I mean? Like, I've learned to do this show in a variety of permutations now. I've learned to do the Alan and Bill show, which is different than the Stepmom Mare and Captain Fun show.
Right.
And so it's a little bit of bobbing and weaving. But it's all fun, and it's all good. And if you'd like to join us this afternoon, please do. The phone number's in here, 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007, 35192 if you want to send me a text. If you want to watch the show, go to the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel. You will find it there. A lot of people asking me if I've had the new Voodoo. You know, Mountain Dew puts out a Halloween Mountain Dew every year. It's called Voodoo, VOODEW. And I don't know if they've changed it this year. It is not one of my favorite Mountain Dew flavors.
Is it purple?
It's orange. Or white, clear maybe sometimes. I forget. It might actually be clear, but it tastes like, unless they've changed it, they might have tweaked it or something for 2024. But traditionally, it tastes like melted orange popsicles, and even for Mountain Dew, and I can withstand a lot. I've tried all these different permutations. For me, that version of Mountain Dew, way too sweet. Way too sweet. Which sounds ridiculous to the common man and woman when you're talking about Mountain Dew. But I'm a big fan of the OG. I have weaned myself in weeks past. But yes, I have.
It's called what again?
Voodoo.
Hoodoo?
Voodoo. You do? The voodoo?
Do what?
It's at Circle K, I believe. At least you can get the frozen slushy Mountain Dew Voodoo at Circle K. I was just in there. This is hashtag not an ad, although I love Circle K. But I was just in Circle K getting some gas, went in to get something, and I'm pretty sure that they had the slushy Mountain Dew Voodoo. So listen, here at the top of the show each and every day, I like to get the most important things out of the way. And Alan, have you tried Mountain Dew Voodoo? To me, feels like one of the most important things. I don't think anything's happening today. I don't think anything happened last night.
Nope.
So this is what we'll start with.
Oh, I killed a whatever the invasive fly.
I'm sorry?
Is that
Oh, the
big?
lantern fly?
Yeah,
the spotted lantern fly?
I killed a spotted lantern fly, and I reported it as a good citizen.
Yep.
Good job.
It felt very weird to be like, yeah, I did my part. It felt very Starship Troopers.
I was going to say.
I'm doing my part.
I did my part. Yeah.
While you're talking about drinks, I had a new beverage to me. Poppy. Have we had this? The soda?
I believe, yes.
Poppy.
Yeah.
It's like a prebiotic, low-sugar soda.
Poppi.
Yes.
Yep.
Have you guys had it?
I have, yes.
I don't think I have.
I have had diarrhea for a full day.
Well, because it's a gut thing, right? They're like, that's kind of how they're selling it, is probiotics means
it's got like
there to mess with your gut.
vinegar and stuff in it.
Yeah.
And I didn't know all that.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I also had fajitas last night. So I'm like, is it the fajitas or is it the poppy?
Gee, which do you think? What did you have on the fajita? It's probably both. Probably a little from column A and a little from column B. What did you have on your fajita?
Now, this sparked controversy. All the regular toppings, I'll get to the controversial part.
Mm-hmm.
Guac, handmade.
Wait, good for you. I don't think, Bill, I've ever eaten anything that sparked controversy.
Oh, it's controversial.
Oh, yeah, I saw this on her story. I know what's going on
good.
here.
I'm
Handmade
coming
guac,
to the...
a copycat recipe with just 6 real fresh ingredients. You can guess where I copycatted it from.
Wait.
Chicken. What?
Chipotle?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Chicken.
This
like,
is where you got the poppy.
Yeah, slow cooker chicken with like salsa and spices and stuff, shredded that up. And then just like taco cheese, shredded lettuce, and then the fajita mix, which my roommate put mushrooms in.
Oh, God.
Thank you. I have
Jesus
never heard of
Christ.
that a day in my life. I love mushrooms, okay?
I hate
so it's not that I'm against mushrooms, but I have never in one time ever can I recall having mushrooms in a fajita
No,
mix.
ain't no fungus in my Mexican food. Thank you very much.
She's like, every restaurant I've ever gone to has had, 90% of them
False.
have had, and I was like, then how have
False.
I never had it?
I've lived
How have I
53
never had
years,
it?
and I've never gone to a Mexican restaurant where they were putting mushrooms in the fajitas.
Right.
But people who like them in everything. I'm like me and cilantro. I'll put it in friggin' yogurt.
Oh, well, obviously fresh chopped cilantro also, and some fresh squeezed lime on top. But, so I put it on my Instagram story. I was like, have you guys ever seen this? And it is overwhelming. It's like 75-25 people who are like, no, mushrooms don't belong
The
in
mushrooms,
fajitas.
right, gotcha.
But she is like dead set on saying, no, this is the traditional way to do it.
Is
I'm
this
like,
the
I've never heard
controversial
this.
part?
Yeah.
That's the
Oh, okay,
controversial
gotcha.
part.
All right.
If mushrooms belong in fajitas or not.
Well, this goes, it's kind of an iteration of pineapple on pizza. Although you can go to a place, that's pretty common. I've literally never heard of mushrooms in a fajita.
Neither have I.
No.
And she like was sending me menus from around New York. So this Mexican place has mushrooms in their fajitas. This Mexican place has mushrooms. I was like, I've never seen it. I've never seen it cooked that way. I've never ordered it at
Maybe it's a New York
Chili's.
thing. Maybe it's a New York
She's
thing.
from Indiana.
No, but she's lived there as long as you have. Maybe she's getting out. Is she eating more fajitas than you are
No,
in New
she's
York City?
saying this is her whole life. She's only ever had mushrooms and fajitas.
Well, again, she's from Indianapolis.
Yes.
That place is a hellscape, so God knows what they're doing with any of their foods out there. I would fully believe that there are mushrooms being mixed into fajitas in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
So maybe so.
So either that or the prebiotic soda is causing some bubble gut.
Again, probably a little of both. What is the upside, or what is supposed to be the benefit of a, it sounds like marketing to me, but what is supposed to be the benefit of a probiotic soda?
I don't know, but I called it prebiotic. Is that not the right word?
I believe it's probiotic.
Is there a prebiotic?
Is there a postbiotic? I guess that's when
what
you
I'm
poop.
asking.
I guess poop is postbiotic. I don't know. Is there prebionic? Like Steve Majors.
Oh.
Prebiotics are food
Better,
for-
stronger,
Wait a minute.
faster.
We can rebuild him.
Mm-hmm.
This doesn't make any sense. Probiotics are beneficial bacteria. Prebiotics are food for that bacteria.
Oh, okay.
So it is a word, but it's not what I meant.
Well, it's also a massive, it is also a major sector of like the wellness thing now too, is probiotics, right? Everybody's, because people figure, oh, I can eat whatever I want and then this gummy will take care of my gut. And not really the way things work, but, you know, it's marketing-wise, it's very, very popular right now. So you can get poppy all over the place.
Yeah.
I've seen it at Target, and it's at Kroger and Costco and everywhere. Okay, well, listen, I hope that you make it through the bulk of the show today without any gastrointestinal distress.
Me too.
All right. You know, yesterday, Bill, Mary was mansplaining erections to us.
Yeah, she was.
So I want to make sure that we're all...
Got me soaking.
Oh, wow.
He did it again. I haven't even gotten the first break, Mary, and he did it again.
I know.
Oh, God. Mary, in comedy, that's called a callback.
Uh-huh.
I know what it was.
All right. I'm going to take a break. I'll have those skillet tickets for you. Rock Band's boy, named after kitchen implements. You got to give it up to these guys. They're probably among the best. I'll have Sarah Silverman tickets for you, too. Weekend after this one, she's going to do Playhouse Square. I'm going to text for anything 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device.
Stations waiting for you to explore right now, like classic hard rock. Essential classic rock that was truly hard and heavy. AC/DC, Metallica, Led Zeppelin, Guns N' Roses, and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search classic hard rock. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
One of life's most pressing questions.
What do I like about Alan Cox?
Finally answered.
All right, I don't like much about you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, boy. 216-578-1007 if you want to join us live. 800-348-1007. Send me a text. If you want 35192. You know, we got our metal show here on The Buzzard. We were preempted last week. We will return this Saturday night. The show is called 2 Hours to Midnight, and it is 120 minutes of nothing but heavy metal. Brand new stuff, local metal. If you're in a band, make sure I get your stuff. Classics, throwbacks, all that stuff. Me, Corey Roddick, Pat Butler. We are the heavy metal triumvirate here at iHeart Cleveland. And so we perform for you on Saturday nights, 2 hours of heavy metal. So if that's your vibe, then join us. Got a lot of good stuff lined up this week. What are we going to play, Mary? I'm glad you asked. Going to play Crown Magnetar. This is a band I've been listening to while I've been working out. They just start and they don't stop. It's growling and screaming, and it's blazing fast, and I love it. I couldn't love it more. Going to play Sick of It All. Going to play. I'm sorry?
I don't think she likes it.
Well, I'm not going to play any for her because she's still reeling from that soaking thing. So I'm going to.
So you had to bring it up.
Well, I'm telling the audience. I'm telling the people who love heavy metal. This is called a tease in the business here for what I'll be playing for them on Saturday night. Brand new Spirit box. They can do no wrong as far as I'm concerned. Great bunch of kids from Chicago called Altered Perceptions. We're going to play for you. We'll play some classic Sabbath, whatever else. Anyway, Saturday night, 10 o'clock, 2 hours to midnight is our metal show. Oh, somebody sent me this article from this past June. There's a big lawsuit against Poppy.
Oh.
Scrutiny to the prebiotic beverage industry.
Ooh.
Little regulation on explosive growth leading to questions over what makes a product gut healthy. This is what I'm talking about. It's all marketing. And so there's a class action lawsuit. This is where products get into trouble, is when they do more than just some clever marketing. It's when the fine print doesn't match, these promises that they make. Well, we promise you get a healthy gut or whatever. And so keep your eyes on that, Mary.
Poppy, 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 poppy.
The late Shuby Taylor is part of that class action lawsuit, by the way. Although his estate is suing for copyright infringement. So as they should. Poppy passed the $100 million mark because they have a lot of market saturation. You can get it all over the place.
I'd never had it, and Costco didn't have any LaCroix.
Mm-hmm.
So this was let's try this.
I haven't done, boy, we used to drink LaCroix like it was going out of style. I haven't had LaCroix in we just drink hint water now.
Yeah.
LaCroix, I couldn't tell you the last time I had
Bubbles.
some of that.
Bubbles helps me not drink pop.
I got it. I was standing in my kitchen this morning eating yogurt with granola in it. And it's weird how nostalgia will hit you at strange places. I'm standing there by myself, leaning against the kitchen sink, eating my yogurt. This is like 20 to 7. And it reminded me of when I was a kid, because my mom, we've made a lot of jokes here on the show about how I grew up in my house, how things, how we grew up with food in my house, right? We weren't allowed sugars and pops and things like that. And so when we had yogurt, we couldn't put granola in it. We had to put wheat germ in it.
Ugh.
because that was supposed to be much more healthy for you. Now, my mom knew, because breakfast time was us making breakfast for ourselves. We would get our lunch ready. My dad would take us to school. My mom didn't have a part in this. But what my mom did was, because she was very focused on us not going off the rails with respect to what we were eating. It was very important to her that we stayed healthy, that we weren't missing school, things like that. So what my mom did was, we had 3 options for breakfast. There was eggs, there was cereal, there was yogurt. Now, my mom knew that I would have cereal every single day if given the opportunity. So what my mom did was, she scheduled it out on the calendar. So we would get up, we'd go to the calendar in the kitchen, and we would see what we were supposed to have that day. And if it was a yogurt day, wheat germ was supposed to be part of the thing. And so I'm standing there, and it's occurring to me that I am an adult, and I can have whatever I want, right? But part of that kind of stays with you. And everybody's got something like this, something that doesn't have to be food, something that has stayed with you for that long, where you can only appreciate these things in retrospect, by the way. You can't possibly appreciate them when you're a kid or when you're younger. But in retrospect, you go, oh, you know, my mom she was trying to take care of us and whatever. And some of those things you just don't lose. Now, I would not go and purchase wheat germ for my own house. I want nothing to do with it. But as I was standing there and the sun was coming up, I felt strangely nostalgic for that time as I was eating my yogurt with a granola that I picked out. Like a big boy, Bill.
Good job.
You did it.
Yeah. Like that, Mom.
Oh, yeah. Yup. How's 9/11 in New York?
I mean, I didn't really walk around the city or anything like that, but the commute in was normal.
Yeah.
I mean, they did that memorial this morning. You know?
Did you see any coverage of that, by the way?
I just saw pictures of Trump and Biden and Harris, all together shaking hands.
I wonder how awkward that was. I'll tell you who it's probably really awkward for is Rudy Giuliani. You want to talk about a guy who went from, 9/11 made that guy's career, right? If you want to put it that way. He was the mayor of New York, obviously, during 9/11. They would refer to him as America's mayor.
Yep.
And a more precipitous fall from grace you'd be hard-pressed to find with Rudy Giuliani. He's been disbarred, and he's been disgraced, and all by his own doing, by the way. This is not something that happened to him. He bought into all the MAGA nonsense, and this is what you get. But he was there, too. And all the things that he is culpable for now have nothing to do with then. You know, he was still very highly regarded. People have thoughts on that, too. You know, people who were living in New York at the time, everybody was so freaked out over 9/11 that anybody that looked like they were in charge really got the lion's share of the accolades, and that was Rudy Giuliani. He was out there taking charge. So I wonder how weird it is for him. I'm sure he's been at these every year, so not weird to, be there. But it's over the course of those 23 years, he's had his path has become very strange. I wonder if that's weird for him.
Right, because he could have probably just lived on that for the rest of his life.
Yeah. Hey, Rick.
Yeah, I'm here.
What's up, Rick?
Hey, so I'm calling in as regards to it's 9/11, and I'm hearing Alan Cox talk about how he's eating yogurt in his kitchen, reminiscent of nothing. Today is 9/11. This is the day that 3,000 Americans died. This is what I'm hearing on the radio? Fucking yogurt?
Well,
not anymore, bud.
Thank you, Rick.
Was it a live call?
Yeah.
Oh.
I had to dump him.
Yeah, but
Rick doesn't like me. Apparently, Rick not listening to the show either. But he got a full head of steam.
Right.
And then he called and sat on hold while I was talking about 9/11 so that he could scream at me about... Well, he didn't scream.
Yogurt.
So that he could
And
yell
also,
at me about not talking about 9/11. He got mad while I was talking about 9/11 that I wasn't talking about 9/11. And by the way, let's calm down, all right?
23 years.
Well, that aside, it's not like I'm saying anything untoward about 9/11. I'm not, I don't have some hot take on 9/11. Other than I will say this, my biggest gripe with 9/11, aside from the terrorism and the death, is that it completely eclipsed the death of the great John Ritter. John Ritter died on September the 11th, 2001. He had a heart attack and collapsed on the set of his television show. He had a show back in the day called 8 Simple Rules About Dating My Daughter or something like that.
Something like that,
Teenage
yeah.
daughter.
It was Katie Seagal. I think it was Kaylee Cuoco early on. I think Spade was in it. They hired him to replace John Ritter. I don't remember who the old guy was. It wasn't George Siegel, I don't think. Maybe it was. Anyway, I was such a massive, massive John Ritter fan. As a kid, Rick, you're going to get mad here. I'm going to be talking about something that's not 9/11. As a kid, although, Rick, this story doesn't involve yogurt. So, loved Three's Company. Loved Three's Company. And that was John Ritter. And then he would go on to do movies, did a couple of kids' movies, did an R-rated film called Skin Deep that to this day I think is one of the most underrated comedies of that entire era. But I loved John Ritter. And he died from the very same thing that my former co-host in Chicago would die from. He died from something called an aortic dissection, which is basically, as I understand it, like a part of your heart just spontaneously tears out and you die. So, love John Ritter, but he died on September the 11th, 2001. And it was obviously, anything else that happened, obviously, was not going to get any kind of coverage on 9/11.
It's like when Farrah Fawcett died the same day as Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson.
Well, I was thinking about that yesterday when Dave Grohl announced that he was cheating on his wife and got someone pregnant the same day as the debate.
Well, what I was thinking was Linkin Park should be sending Dave Grohl a basket of flowers because he got them off the front page as far as rock and roll goes. All anybody was talking about in music was Linkin Park. And Dave Grohl comes swinging in on a chandelier. And, the fallout from that still continuing. Well, this is why, what do we always say? We talk about parasocial relationships on the show, right? People who feel so invested in celebrities. It's very much kind of part and parcel of what our culture is now, because you have direct access to people who are famous and things like that. And, Foo Fighters are on tour, by the way, so I'm curious of just logistically how that works out. And it's not his obligation to give any more information about the situation, but obviously we're all curious, and so it's led to the speculation of, well, how did this come to light?
She's probably hotter than his wife.
It's got nothing to do with that.
Oh, maybe.
No, what I'm saying is, how did he have to put out a statement?
The baby was born.
Right. But she had to have come to him before that and said, hey, here's the situation.
Like paternity test. Once I get the paternity test back, then we'll go from there.
Right. But there are different stages, right? Depending on how early she found out, she could have gone to him and he would have begged her to have it terminated. He would have begged her to have it terminated. The guy's worth $330 million. He's fine on money, so it's not that. But the woman is probably like, well, I'm not going to do that. So I'm just, again, it doesn't really matter. It's just when these stories are that big, I'm always curious. Somebody posted a screen grab. They were listening to Foo Fighters, and they have a song from that first album called Weenie Beanie. Might be track 7 or 8. And they said if Dave Grohl had just used one of these, he wouldn't be in this predicament. So, yeah, that's a weird thing. The Grohl thing continues today. I saw a lot of people were saying that Courtney Love has been vindicated after many, many years. Courtney Love has said the entire time that Dave Grohl is a scumbag, and people just called her a shrew and jealous and blah, blah, blah. But it was well known that they didn't get along. But so there's a lot of schadenfreude, I guess, with the Courtney Love camp with respect to Dave Grohl. Brian called. Remember Brian?
Now we're talking.
I still love you until the day is here. Ooh, 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 ooh,
Throwing us some Smokey Robinson. Boy, how about that? Brian, you magnificent bastard. Don't ever change. Thank you, Brian. His musical tastes are varied. They're all over the place.
Love it.
Love it too.
He's got a very eclectic taste. I like it.
Yep. So, yeah, the article I was looking at this morning on Dave Grohl was in the Daily Mail, and they're like, Dave Grohl lives a humble life. You know, they have a family car, and he doesn't own any property despite being worth almost $350 million. And it's like, well, you know, if it comes to that, you can write people some checks. I don't know. But that's a tough situation for everyone to be in. Who knows if there's a prenup in place? They've been married for quite some time, have 3 daughters. But 9/11 has, I don't think that's going to, if it had been 9/11/2002, there wouldn't be a lot of Dave Grohl headlines. People are telling me John Ritter died in 2003. Oh, I thought he died in 2001.
Well. Looks like that call was a brick. He was on to something here.
2003. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Well, anyway, he still died on September the 11th, and he was not going to get the coverage. That was only 2 years after. He was not going to get the coverage that somebody else would have gotten. Alan Dave Grohl didn't want to pay any money, so he beat her to the punch. I'm telling you, a guy in that position would pay any amount of money to not have to deal with what he's dealing with now. Guaranteed. I've got to take a break. I do want to talk about the debate.
Okay.
Did you watch the debate, Mary?
Sure did.
Yeah.
I did too.
Did we watch all of it?
Yep.
I made most of the way through.
I did not think I was going to watch the whole thing, and I watched.
How could you not?
Well, because it's blah blah blah, right?
But
I mean,
it wasn't.
I didn't watch. No, it wasn't.
Drama.
I didn't watch all the Biden-Trump debate. Probably.
I did.
Probably. Did you?
I'm the only American on this show, so.
Mary Santora, everybody. She is out there taking one for the team.
By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hail,
All right, so let me take a break. I'll have Skillet tickets for you. You like the band Skillet? They are quietly one of the biggest bands in the world, and they are coming to Cleveland. They're going to play the Agora for you just a couple of weeks away. September 26th, they'll be over there. And one of the people who wins tickets from me this week will get the meet and greet pre-show with Skillet. They're on the Revolution tour. So we'll do that next.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. We got stuff. You want stuff. Win stuff. This week at WMMS.com.
WMMS presents Clutch and Rival Sons on the Two-Headed Beast Tour. Register to win a pair of tickets plus a limited edition autographed vinyl of Clutch's Blast Tyrant and an autographed vinyl of Rival Sons' Great Western Valkyrie. Get more info and register to win at WMMS.com.
Sarah Spain for iHeart Women's Sports, presented by Elf Beauty. Nafisa Collier of the Minnesota Lynx averaged 22.5 points, 11 rebounds, and 1.5 blocks per game en route to winning Western Conference Player of the Week honors. On Tuesday night, her Lynx defeated the Atlanta Dream 76-64 behind a balanced attack of 4 starters in double digits. They've got the second best record in the league, behind only the New York Liberty. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
When it comes to women in sports, Elf Beauty is all about leveling the playing field. The same goes for the boardroom, where Elf is one of only 4 publicly traded U.S. companies with a board that's 2/3 women and 1/3 diverse. Learn more at elfbeauty.com.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group. Shop over 10,000 vehicles online at kenganleyauto.com.
Hey, it's Bill. Right now at Wendy's, kickstart your morning with the new breakfast burrito. Wendy's breakfast burrito is hearty, delicious, with 6 strips of bacon, seasoned potatoes, 2 fresh cracked eggs, 2 slices of cheese, all wrapped in a warm flour tortilla. And if you're extra hungry, enjoy Wendy's new breakfast burrito in a combo, which includes a small seasoned potato and your choice of beverage. I like to go with the Simply Orange Juice. So break your boring breakfast routine and head to Wendy's for the new breakfast burrito at participating Wendy's during breakfast hours only. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations like Classic Hard Rock. Just search Classic Hard Rock and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good.
Looking for a spot for your next event? Whether it's a wedding, holiday party, or social event, Blue Heron in Medina is the place to be. Their stunning facilities and menus created just for your event are a sure win. Check them out at blueheronmedina.com to learn more.
Navigating mental health insurance benefits can be overwhelming, but you don't have to do it alone. The Mental Health Insurance Assistance Office is here to guide you. Our expert team will help you connect with your health insurance plan to understand available behavioral health benefits. Say goodbye to frustration and hello to control over your mental well-being. Call 855-438-6442 today.
Your next holiday just got bigger and better with Aer Lingus flights from Cleveland. Fly non-stop from Cleveland to Dublin with fantastic fares available now. And since Dublin is our European hub, you can explore connections to over 25 cities across Europe, including London, Paris and Rome. Have it all, from beaches to big cities. Visit airlingus.com to book your flights today.
I have a secret. I use Secret Whole Body Deodorant because more than just my armpits stink.
Oh, can I use it where my bra rubs under my...
Oh, yeah.
And what about down there? You know, my...
Totally. 4 out of 5 gynecologists would recommend it. So I tried it, and now I get 72 hours of freshness from my pits to my...
Ooh, I love that it's a spray.
Me too. And it comes in sticks and creams too. Go get your Secret Whole Body Deodorant.
Clase lets it rip. A swing and a miss. Ball game.
It's an AL Central Division showdown when the Guards face the Twins September 16th through the 19th. Get your tickets at CLEGuardians.com.
Save big on paint for your next project at Menards. Give your home a fresh new look with Pittsburgh Ultra Exterior Paint and Primer in one. It provides excellent height and coverage and can be made in thousands of color options. Save big on Ultra Exterior Paint when you shop at Menards, America's #1 home improvement retailer for customer satisfaction, according to J.D. Power. Visit jdpower.com for details and menards.com for deals.
Save big money at Menards.
We wear them on our sleeves. We pour them out. Hearts are important. And we at Cleveland Clinic put all of ours into your cardiovascular care. From life-saving procedures and research to preventative treatments that keep your heart in top shape. The future of heart care is right here in Ohio. For every test and transplant, for every heart, for every care in the world. Get the care you need when and where you need it. Cleveland Clinic.
Did you and your family lose Ohio Medicaid and need health coverage? Check this out. You may be eligible to enroll in a low-cost health plan at healthcare.gov. With the new law, 4 out of 5 customers can find a plan for $10 or less per month with financial help. Healthcare.gov offers quality plans that cover doctor visits, prescriptions, emergency care, and more. Healthcare.gov is here for you. Enroll today for coverage starting the 1st of next month. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
A Gain Scent Bead story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said, "Maraca, senor," but his nose said, "Hey, freshest scent ever." Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of Gain Scent Beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, "Sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing." Actually, Jim, most noses call them Gain Scent Beads. Try Gain Scent Beads, way fresher than detergent alone.
Noah starts his day in a high-tech facility that houses the world's most advanced manufacturing equipment. 5 years ago, he was stressed over a passenger's 1-star review. Now, he builds communication systems used on aircraft carriers thousands of miles out at sea, which, yeah, is kind of a promotion. Learn more about careers in maritime manufacturing at careersbuilt
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
It's time to give some stuff away. Now it's time to give some stuff away.
All right, I'm going to go see the band Skillet. They got a brand new album called Revolution, and so appropriately, they are on the Revolution tour. 5 of you will get tickets from me this week. 4 of you. 1 grand prize winner gets the meet and greet with Skillet pre-show. If you're a big fan, that's pretty cool. Tickets, info, everything else at axs.com. It's going to happen Thursday, the 26th of this month at the world-famous Agora. And if you're caller 10, you will be there, you and a friend. Good luck. 2 tickets for Skillet. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If you find yourself breathless with constant laughter, congratulations. Now, could you tell us what show you're listening to? It sounds fun. This is the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
All right. Move a couple of things around here. You know, all I wanted was maybe 1 run last night. All I wanted was 1 run. Just give me something. Give me, in the immortal words of one Brett Michaels, just give me something to believe in.
Well, the Guardians got 5.
Yeah.
Guardians over the White Sox last night, 5-0. Like a shooting fish in a barrel there at Guaranteed Rate Field.
Yeah, it is. Still fun.
Guardians are playing as we speak. They just started. Top of the 3rd. It can't be possible that anybody has scored already. Oh, 3-0 Guardians? Cool. All right, well, Guardians going for the sweep there. The least satisfying sweep in baseball. Got to be when you play the Chicago.
Sweep, still good.
When you play the Chicago White Sox. You're fine because a win is a win, but it's not like you're high-fiving each other because you beat a similarly skilled team. So if the White Sox lose today, they will go to 33-114 as they limp towards the end of their season, which for them I'm sure can't come soon enough. So Guardians White Sox finishing that series as we speak. Guardians come home tomorrow, and they'll be here for a minute. They're going to play 4 games against the Rays, and then they'll play 4 against the Minnesota Twins. That is Kirby Puckett.
No.
And the Minnesota Twins. That is Paul Molitor and the Minnesota Twins. That is someone and the Minnesota Twins.
Now we're talking.
So, yeah. Guardians baseball. Back on a bus tomorrow night, 7:15 on your FM home. And, okay, so we all watched the, let me play this for you here. This guy goes, I better go super viral for this over
We're
on
the
Twitter.
sauce on your sandwich. I almost said this to you. In your cake. We put the spring in Springfield.
They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the pets in Springfield.
That's a good one. Well, this is the meme election, right?
Yeah.
So there's no shortage of great memes from last night. The car crash that was Vice President Kamala Devi Harris versus former President Donald John Barron Harkonnen Trump. So, yeah, from the very jump, I like the handshake. She walked all the way over, boy. That was a power move right there because they famously made it a point to tell everybody that they had never met before. I still don't know how that's possible, but the two of these 2 people, I don't even mean politically. You'd think that, at some point she would have met him. But the headlines are all Trump tries to dodge Kamala Harris's handshake. It didn't look like that to me. He looked shocked.
I think he didn't care.
Well, that, but he also looked like he didn't, it's not like he was going to meet her at center stage. People are like, oh, it's so professional of her to do that. But it was a power move. Walking over there, basically going, I'm not one of your spineless toadies. I'm not one of your toothless rubes. You're going to, now again, I wouldn't even qualify this as a debate. They got to call it something, so they call it a debate. It wasn't really a debate. But, hide your dogs, hide your cats, and hide your guinea pigs.
All
'Cause
your
they
pets.
eating everybody out here. And yeah, once he got to they're eating dogs and cats, you were kind of like, all right, well, let's see where this goes.
Well, and then people are posting a video from Canton from the middle of
Which
August.
is what, didn't we talk about this
We
yesterday?
talked about that. I
this.
said you don't have to have
Literally
immigrants eating
yesterday.
cats. We got
Yeah.
homegrown Ohioans
Right.
eating cats.
This is not an immigrant, and he's talking about people cooking and eating cats. This is a mentally ill lady that bit
Stomped it.
Yeah, stomped it
Right.
and, like,
I hate
bit
to
it.
break
Yeah.
it to you. Just because she's black doesn't mean she's a Haitian immigrant. She's a 27-year-old Canton woman who stomped on a cat's head, and by the time the neighbors ran over, she had blood all over her face.
Well,
Well, and
I
like, but
had
they're
fun.
they're literally sharing that video saying, meanwhile, on September 9th, this is what was happening. It's like, no, people are like, don't trust the internet. That's good advice. Put that on Mary's list.
don't trust the
Don't
internet.
trust the interwebs.
Come on. Well, he saw it on TV, so it was true. I thought it was fun. I had a lot of
Well, this is
fun.
what I'm saying. They're not really debates anymore. It's supposed to be entertainment. And even as addled as Trump is, you were like, wow, this guy's really flipping out here. He was just back on his heels from the jump.
He took every bait she threw at him.
She greased
Every
him
single
up
one.
and bent him over in every he fell into. You're right. He fell into every trap she laid for him.
Guys, according to people on Facebook, he wiped the floor with her. So I don't know
Well,
what
if
you're
you go,
talking
yeah,
about.
if you go on Trump subreddits, they think he killed it. They're like, oh, it was the moderators ganging up on him. No, that's called fact checking.
Well, and I love that where they're like, why aren't
Yeah,
they
they hate that.
fact checking Kamala? And I'm like, because you don't have to fact check the truth.
Well, listen, I'm sure there were plenty of things they could have fact checked her on, but all these networks fact check in real time. So if you had got maybe David Muir and Lindsey Thomas or whatever weren't doing it right there, they did it a couple of times. You know, the whole thing about post-birth abortions, that is so absurd. I can't believe it has remained a talking point on the right. It is so unbelievably crazy that I can't believe. I think they found one wacky guy a couple of years ago who was like, oh, yeah, we killed a baby after it came out. They've latched onto that. I don't know what the hell they're talking about, but the female moderator was like, yeah, there's no state in the United States that lets people kill a baby that just came out. David Muir corrected him on the Springfield thing?
Yep.
Right, the dogs?
Yep.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs.
By the way, where is Springfield, Ohio?
Dayton, right? Near Dayton?
Dayton. Okay. I'm like, it's not out here, I don't think.
Well, there's like a township, a Springfield township or something like that near Akron.
Okay.
Yeah.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again.
Oh, whoops. Hold on. These stupid clips here. Sorry. Hold on. What is happening?
I like the clicks. It's calming.
Just want to play.
Just want to play the audio.
I just want to play
I know you
the
do,
audio.
man. I know you do.
Hold on. Maybe there's a MAGA virus that's screwing up.
Oh, no.
Hold on. All right, there we go.
Great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well,
All
I've
this,
seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is the
people on television say my dog was taken.
People on television. My dog was taken. Somebody mashed it up there, obviously, with The Simpsons. Somebody else said it sounds like they put it over the Peanuts theme. Did you hear that one?
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
Yeah.
I like the Simpsons one.
Well, the crazy thing about that is the whole immigrants eating cats thing was just some nonsense that J.D. Vance threw out. And so, because Trump doesn't know anything, right? This is the same stuff that we've been seeing for a decade. I don't know who wasn't paying attention to all this, but he didn't know anything. So he just aggregates conspiracy theories and then repeats them in no particular order. And so that's why, can you imagine if there had been an audience there?
Oh, dude.
You know, part of the rules were
They knew better than that.
no
because it
audience,
would've
the
been-
muting of the mics, which the muting of the mics felt like that went by the wayside about 10 minutes in. But, yeah, it was pretty wild. So it really, and if you're on Reddit, you'll see it. Only the deepest, darkest corners of the MAGAverse think that Trump killed it. There was no bar for him. We were talking about this yesterday, pre-debate. There was no bar for him. There were no expectations of him.
Not at all. This was to show Kamala, to see what she could do if she would flounder, how she would handle it. Because
I just don't know
nobody's-
why they thought she was going to flounder. The woman was a prosecutor.
That I don't know. But I think she showed all of her training in that. She stayed chill. She didn't clap back. I mean, she had a couple great lines. 81 million people fired you. I love that.
That's a great line.
She clapped back, but not in like, she didn't lose her temper. She didn't get angry.
Well, she was winning on facial expressions.
Yeah.
She was,
Megyn Kelly tweeted that out, was like, her facial expressions aren't that of like her smiles and something along the lines of like, that's unprofessional. And I was like, I retweeted it. I like quote tweeted it, and I was like, "Your dude said they're eating pets."
Well,
Like,
not only
what are you
that,
talking
but
about?
he wouldn't even look at her. She looked at him, right?
it
It was
her-
split screen, but she would look at him. He would not look at her at all.
Her head shaking and facial grimacing looks emotional and not like a leader. It's like, you're right, because Donald
Right.
Trump
You're
is not emotional
right.
or not like a
You're
leader.
But that's the thing, though. Like, this is a woman, and she alluded to it or mentioned it. You know, this is a woman who was a prosecutor and dealt with human traffickers and drug cartels. And Trump very much fancies himself a cartel boss. So I'm sure everyone around him was telling him, she will know how to handle you. And boy, did she. I mean, he did everything. And they said this, you know, if you looked
He
over.
called her easy. He was like, I hear she puts out. Did you hear that one?
Yeah, he kind of threw that
I
in
don't care
there.
if she's black. I heard she's black. I heard she puts out. I heard this. I was like, damn.
Well, he
dude.
was throwing everything out
Oh,
towards the
yeah.
end because that's why I was so happy when they said that he won the coin toss and he was going to go last. That their closing statements that he would go last, because I'm like, that's going to be a chef's kiss. Because how are they going to transition? They go, okay, thanks. Good night, everybody. Thanks for
Right.
watching.
I really like the way she handled herself. I thought okay.
I
To
just don't know
play-
why this is a surprise to anyone.
To play devil's advocate,
Yeah.
were questions dodged? Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
The very
Absolutely.
first question where they
Oh, yeah.
asked her and they were like, hey, what was it? Are
you
Americans better
better
off
off?
than they were 4 years ago? And she goes, I'm from a middle class family.
Exactly,
And
right.
right from there, I was like, Kamala, answer the question.
Just say
answer the
yes.
question. Or
Say yes. We were in a pandemic and things were bad.
But I
Like,
get
do we
it,
have
but,
different
like,
challenges? Yes, we have different challenges, but we are definitely better off 4 years ago than
better
now.
off now
that-
than 4 years ago.
Yeah.
But so yes, she was dodging questions, but I feel like everyone dodges questions in debates, which is going back to Alan's point of why call it a debate at all.
Well, no,
And
but
then-
it's also the old kind of axiom in politics. Don't answer the question. You answer the question you wanted them to ask.
Right.
Right? You give them an answer irrespective of what they asked you.
Well, and I did want to see what you guys felt about, did you feel wholeheartedly that the moderators were a little biased?
Well, they were biased in favor of the truth. I mean, the only times they stopped him is when he said something bananas. They weren't nitpicking on things that either of them said.
Yeah.
The one woman, as I recall, there were really only two big ones that they did. The female moderator said,
They're not killing
They're
babies."
not killing babies when they
Yeah.
come out. And then David Muir was the clip I played where he goes, we talked to the people in Springfield. There's absolutely no evidence whatsoever the people are. And then Trump goes, well, there's people on TV saying it because that's
I
where
saw it on TV.
that's what his focus is. So other than that, I don't know that they were really digging in. Now, again,
Well-
that's the MAGA perspective, is that the moderators were against Trump.
Not necessarily against, but like I felt like they were asking more follow-up questions to Kamala, that they were not teeing her up, but when he was talking about her going over to talk with Putin, and then 2 days later he started the war, they stopped Trump and they were like, Vice President Harris, have you ever met Putin? I didn't understand why they would do that.
Oh, I see.
Do you get what I'm saying? Like,
of
why?
course. Yes, you could make a case for that. Yeah, absolutely.
Why would you do that? And then she didn't even answer the question. She didn't answer if she's ever met with Putin.
Right.
She just talked about how she's
Well, she
close
didn't,
with-
though. She's never met him.
But why not say that then? So I can see where they were
I
getting
thought she did.
frustrated.
I
No,
thought-
she
I
was
thought-
talking about going and meeting with Zelensky.
I thought at some point she said that she never
Maybe
had,
I'm
but-
mistaken, but it seemed like she shifted the focus to let me talk about Ukraine and not talk about Russia.
Well, he was, but towards the end, boy, he was. I'm like, those are not the flexes you think they are. That Viktor Orban thinks you're a great dude, and So yeah, listen. He does not care if he wins or loses. If he wins, he's the president again, and it's all over. If he loses, he fundraises out the ass, and that's what he's been doing anyway. So it doesn't really matter to him if he wins or loses. Everybody talks about these court cases he's got, blah, blah, blah. No matter what happens, they're not going to put this guy in jail. So there was no bar for him, really.
No, there wasn't.
It was really just to kind of see. I don't think these kinds of things change anything with the voters, right? The election is going to be tighter than a prison transfer's butthole.
I agree with you. You said this after the assassination. You said this after Joe Biden dropped out. Oh, it doesn't change anything. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't change anything.
Now with the voters,
I don't agree with that.
People have already picked their horse.
I don't know that they have.
Winning a debate doesn't mean you win an election. There's a lot of people who have won debates and have gone on to lose the election.
I agree,
so
but I was going to say, I think for more centrist voters, even middle right leaning, I think people wanted to see this debate and see how each candidate handled themselves.
But I think
really do.
Right, but there's no. This guy has been.
You also don't believe in undecided people, though.
I think it's less about changing people's minds as it is convincing people to vote. Because if you're the sort of person who doesn't vote, you're certainly not the sort watching debates. So I think most people who don't vote, it's not because they're undecided. These are such extreme cases. We talk about presidential elections in decades past. The big complaint everybody had was, every candidate's the same. There's barely any daylight between Bush and Gore or whatever, blah, blah, blah. They're both beholden to X, Y, and Z. The stark contrast and the extremes we're looking at now in the Trump era. I don't know anybody who goes, I'm on the fence.
My roommate said last night, she was like, dude, I don't even want to vote. I was like, bro, you have to. Like, I don't think you're going to vote for Trump. But
plenty of people won't vote. But it's not because they're undecided. They're not standing there just racking their brain. Golly, I just don't know. You're not going to convince me of that.
But I think undecided also means I don't like either. I think they know where they stand, but they don't like either choice. So they say, you know what? I don't like either of these. I'm not going to vote. I think that is also undecided.
I think that's a luxury, man. I think that's a first world luxury.
It definitely is.
That's an American luxury where people go, I just don't think I'm going to vote.
1,000% it is. But that's where
you can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
When I think of the term undecided, I think of that group of people who are like, I hate both these equally, so I'm not choosing either.
But that's a decision. They're not undecided. That's their decision. I'm not voting. Undecided doesn't mean I don't know which candidate I like. It means that's what I'm talking about with these debates. It's not somebody going, boy, I really wasn't sure about Trump, and now he's my guy, right? They're like, undecided means, am I going to vote or not? And for a lot of people, they go,
it's not who am I going to vote for? It's am I going to vote?
Yeah. Right.
That's what the indecision is.
I mean, you might have seen MAGA now is passing around this thing that, of course, Kamala Harris's earrings had speakers in them so they could feed her questions. I'm like, guys, the MAGA cornerstone of the last 4.5 years has been the big lie. That Trump had the election stolen from him. That's what they have fundraised on. It has been the fundamental Rosetta Stone of everything on the right. Now that he's admitted that's not true, they're grasping at straws. Now that their own guy is like, I made it all up. Or things to that
I was
effect.
sarcastic. I lost by a whisker or whatever.
Right. Noted humorist Donald Trump.
One other thing I wanted to ask you guys about. I feel like I'm the more of the three of us. I'm closer to the middle than you two. Can we agree
fair.
on that?
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
I mean, we all have MAGA people in our families.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm the most recent Democrat of the three of us. I've made the switch most recently. How did you feel when he was explaining his tactics, not bringing the Taliban to Camp David, but when he was explaining, like, here's a picture of your house, touch one hair on an American head, I will kill you. I like that.
Yeah, but we also don't negotiate with. But what's the American line in foreign diplomacy? We don't negotiate with terrorists. He literally said, "I had the Taliban to Camp David." Again, this was not a revelation. Everybody knew that if they were paying attention. That's negotiating with terrorists. He copped to negotiating with terrorists. That's literally what he was talking about. People are like, "What?"
But he's doing. I guess it's like, yeah, it's wrong, but he's doing it in a way that's effective.
But it's not effective. How is that effective?
And maybe this isn't true, but I read online after I watched that part that no Americans died in Afghanistan for 18 months after that.
If that's true, it was pure happenstance.
You think?
Again,
you don't think it was him threatening them directly?
No.
How not? How are those two unrelated?
Because why did Russia invade Ukraine? He had this perfect call with Zelensky. Why do you think? So over the course of his one administration, you don't think he tried that on every single person he could?
I don't know that he didn't, but I'm saying...
It wasn't exactly morning in America.
I don't hate that tactic. Does that make me un-American to negotiate with terrorists?
I'm not saying that, but that's stated
I will literally kill you if you do this. Is that a negotiation?
That's his answer to everything. He wants to shoot protesters in this country. That's his answer to everything.
Yeah, but if he's
can't we just shoot them in the knees? That kind of thing.
The enemies.
I stopped taking notes last night between she wants to give transgender surgeries to illegal immigrants in prison.
Did you see the ET meme going around?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a great one.
Here's a good one. If you're watching the
Lots
live
of good
stream.
Alf memes too.
Yeah.
Oh, Alf memes are great. Here's this one.
This
Me
is
on
gonna
my
get
way to
Alf rebooted.
Springfield for some fried poodle after somebody in high heels and a pet. There's E.T., illegal transgender alien. Trump always sounds like he's playing Cards Against Humanity. They're taking the dogs and eating them. There's Tim Robinson from I Think You Should Leave. She's putting children in a chocolate factory and they're coming out blueberries. Me and my friends talking about the indie project we've been hyping up for years.
Just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan.
I have concepts of a plan.
Yeah, Concepts of a Plan. That's a great name for a band. I think they're at the Agora this weekend. Put
kept
that on a hat,
saying-
by the way. Concept of a Plan.
I was so annoyed with that when he's like, concepts of a plan, and then he kept saying, you've been in there for 4 years, why haven't you done anything? And then he turns around when they ask him, he's like, well, I'm not the president. It's like, yeah, well, neither is she.
Oh, no, she could have very easily said, I'm not the president of the United States.
Well, she reminded him, you're running against me, not Joe Biden.
Right. Yeah, so I don't know, man. The dog who caught the car. I mean, that's what's going on over there. But again, if you talk to people who love Trump, he killed it. So,
there's nothing that's going to change their mind. It's been 9 years of this. He said a million stupid things. They don't care. They like him for what he is, and it's weird.
But she got under his skin at every possible turn.
I did like that.
So again, I get a lot of messages from Trumpers. I get texts, I get emails. You're all telling me Kamala Harris doesn't have a brain in her head. You keep telling yourself that. You can wrap yourself up in a Trump flag. You can rock back and forth in the fetal position, whispering to yourself that he's a genius. But we all saw what we saw. And I make it true. And we've been paying attention for the better part of a decade. So if you want to come along, feel free. He's like, we need two things, walls and secure elections. I mean, it was an embarrassment of riches last night. But again, winning a debate, quote unquote, doesn't mean you win an election. It is still very, very tight. Very tight. But
then what do you think will move the needle? Or is it not, it can't be moved?
No.
Everyone's minds are made up.
People voting. Getting out and voting. Whether you do it early, whether you do it by mail, whether you go and stand in line, voting is what will move the needle. Because guess what? If he loses, he's going to immediately be filing lawsuits anyway. And they're worried about these people he's installed in state legislatures and election boards and things like that will refuse to certify the results. So even if she wins, it's not going to be smooth sailing. So it's going to be a whole thing, But all you can do is go and vote. All you can do. And so when we talk about undecideds, the reason I say I don't believe in undecideds is not, I don't believe in people who can't pick a candidate. I mean people who go, I don't know if I'm even going to vote. You know, last election, they had the most people vote ever in this country, and it was still 30%. So most people in this country don't vote. But that's what makes the difference. And it does. If you've seen the maps, when you drill down, it just comes down to a half a dozen states. So, I don't know. But for capital E entertainment, which is kind of what these things have been reduced to, it was entertaining. I got a break. I'll have those Andrew Schultz tickets for you. He's done his life tour doing stand-up. He's going to come through Playhouse Square, do the State Theater on the 20th, a week from this Friday. So if you're a fan, I'll get you set up here coming back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
We're less than 2 weeks away from our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
The biggest headliners in live music will be taking over T-Mobile Arena, Las Vegas, September 20th and 21st.
Limited seats still available at AXS.com.
Don't miss A$AP Rocky, Big Sean, Camila Cabello, Doja Cat, Dua Lipa, Gwen Stefani, Halsey, Hozier, Keith Urban, New Kids on the Block.
your coffee. This show hits on every single game, every single week, but I can't do it alone, so I'm bringing in all the big guns from NFL Media. Subscribe today, and you'll immediately be smarter and funnier than your friends. Listen to NFL Daily with Greg Rosenthal on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search NFL Daily to start listening.
It's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, you want to go see comedian Andrew Schultz. He's on the Life Tour, very simply. That's what he's calling it. And he's coming to Cleveland. 1 week from Friday, that is September the 20th, he's going to be performing at the State Theater at Playhouse Square. They always have the info on all their shows coming through at playhousesquare.org. So you can go there and get the details if you strike out with me. But caller 10, you get a pair here. 2 for Andrew Schultz. Good luck. A little over a week. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Yeah, it seems a little unfair that you can watch our live stream, but we can't see you. But we'll fix that tonight. Outside your window.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
You guys know Drew Lynch?
Yeah,
Yep.
very funny dude.
He's going to be in here tomorrow for the Captain Fun and Stepmom Mare show.
It's us.
Drew Lynch doing the weekend at Hilarities. Hoping to have Sarah Silverman on the show next week. Paul Reiser is going to be back on the show. Always love talking to Paul Reiser. And whoever else.
Is Bobby coming?
I can squeeze in. Bobby Kelly will be here, yes.
I'll be working with him.
Yep. And who else is coming in? I think Derek Campbell is going to be here too. Derek Cahill, who I think is funny. He's doing the funny bone. 35192 if you want to send me a text. Go to the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel if you want to watch the show live there. iHeartRadio app. Of course, you can drop messages for us. If you listen to us from out of state, I like to know where people are. Cynthia listens to us in Surprise, Arizona. Lori is in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Carrie is in Richmond, Virginia. Margot listens to us in Peterstown, West Virginia. West by God, Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
Dennis is in Wartburg, Tennessee. That's a good name. Near Goochville, or what's that? Goochland, Virginia. Yeah. Rob's one of our bureau chiefs in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And Andrea listens in Riverside, Illinois, the far south suburbs of Chicago. Hey, Eric.
Yes, sir.
Eric, thank you for holding. What's going on?
Alan, I love your show, buddy, but you struck a nerve when you said this government doesn't deal with terrorists. I got news for you, and you're too smart to deny this. Either side of the aisle has dealt with terrorists or our enemies to negotiate release of hostages, pay them money, trade spies for, what we claim to be innocent people.
Of course.
So this isn't just Trump about the Taliban. And quite frankly, if he could secure our soldiers to come home, if it meant negotiating and showing a picture of a house that would be taken off the map, I got no problem with that. I'd rather do that.
But does he strike you?
Than they've lost those lives and left that equipment behind.
Of course. And theoretically, in terms of, theoretically, Eric, I agree with you. In terms of realpolitik, does Donald Trump strike you as a guy who has the mental bandwidth or the intelligence to deftly negotiate those kinds of course not. So to your point, absolutely. But
I will say this. I don't want to break bread with the guy. And Bill, to you, when you said we're better off than we were 4 years ago, health-wise, yes, this nation has bounced back. I'm not going to credit Trump or Biden for that. I think that's the will of the people, taking our shots, doing what we needed to do. Financially, if you can argue with me that you'd rather pay $5 a gallon for gas than what we paid years ago, take it.
We're paying
I
$3
just
a
went
gallon.
shopping.
Yeah, I paid
I'm on-
Eric. I paid
I'm on
$3.60 yesterday. To your point.
No, I know it's coming back down, but
Yeah.
this is all, in my opinion, this is all election time.
Yeah,
We
but you
raised
also,
this, we lowered
but
this,
Eric,
look
you
how good
also,
we're doing.
Eric, surely you also understand that no president has anything to do with gas prices.
Well, to a certain point, when we had our pipeline open, why did we build that pipeline if we weren't going to use it?
To make the Native Americans mad.
Understood. I'm just saying that there's this notion somehow that the president directly, whoever the president is, that the president directly manipulates gas prices. Gas prices are set by private oil companies. It's just like.
I'm smart enough.
Go ahead.
I'm smart enough to understand politics to this. When both of those clowns, and that's what I'm going to call them, get up there and make promises that they know has to pass Congress and Senate, but the American people, a certain handful of them, are so ignorant they buy into, oh, we're going to reimburse college tuition. Lie. We're going to offer $25,000 first-time home buyers. I guarantee you, if that passes, you watch and see if it doesn't equate to certain incomes. If
Right,
you're-
but
if
also-
you have a better job, even though you're a first-time buyer, you will not be afforded that.
Right, but Eric, in decades past, there have been plenty of public financial programs that have passed both houses of Congress. Right now, the point you're making is that the margins are so razor thin, and it's not because they're not financially feasible. It's not because they're politically popular. It's because of politics in Congress. It's because of the left-right divide. So it's not that these things aren't feasible. We always have money for missiles and tanks and, because we have government, we have defense contractors spread out across, the lower 48. But Eric, are you a guy, are you a guy who's, if you feel comfortable telling me, are you a guy who's going to vote?
Oh, I'm absolutely going to vote. I'm a retiree. I'm on my Social Security, but luckily I was smart enough to put some away so I can do this.
Yeah.
That being said, one last thing, man, and I hope you understand where I'm going with this. We have an 81-year-old president currently that wanted to revamp the Supreme Court and put age limits on it. Personally, I think we should cap how old you can be to run for president. I think we need to stop this. When she made a comment last night about race, why does he always bring race? Well, I'm sorry. Nobody came out and said because now we have a woman of color. That has no bearing. I want qualification. I don't give a damn if you're green.
Right, but Eric, the point the point a lot of people are making is that there's this implicit bias that somehow a woman of color is inherently not qualified.
Well, that falls on the people who choose to believe certain things.
Understood. Absolutely.
There's a lot of people who believe those things.
Yeah. Hey, Eric.
Well, of course.
I got to move on. I got to move on, but thank you, man. I appreciate it.
All right, take care.
Good call, Eric.
Hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars were so gallantly there, as the rockets were there, and the twilight's last gleaming, and the rockets' red glare were so gallantly there. Burst stripes were all there, and the rockets were there.
Oh, no, I almost snotted on myself again. Oh.
Alan, you know how Mary was getting mad at me for making that soaking joke at the beginning of the show? That was
I do recall that.
Hilarious.
Hilarious.
Meanwhile, here's a Mary Santora post from last night.
Wait a second.
Stupid.
Is he
Oh my
trying
God.
to? Is he trying to both sides you, Mary?
I think he is.
I am indeed. Are you an illegal immigrant in Ohio? Because I want you to eat this cat.
It was a dumb joke.
And
In the
shots
moment.
fired, homie.
I also made a dumb joke in the moment.
No, yours is gross. Mine wasn't at you,
Yours is still gross.
but it wasn't directed toward you.
Well, he's not an immigrant.
Right. I am in Ohio.
Okay, give it to me
I'll
again.
delete it.
Wait,
I'll
give it to me
delete
again.
I'll delete it if that's
No,
what you're
give it to me
saying.
again.
It says, are you an illegal immigrant in Ohio? Because I want you to eat this cat. And then it's the devil face and then the cat hard eyes.
I see.
So there's,
Alan, you think that everybody having a cell phone with cameras in it, there would be at least one incident of pets being abducted and eaten recorded somewhere.
Ring cameras and everything like
Yeah,
that.
everything. Yeah. And there were no pipelines, by the way. Somebody rightly points this out. There were no pipelines shut down. They canceled a project. And, 2020 was an election year, too. So when people go, well, gas is dropping as an election year, 2020 was an election year, too.
And gas was really cheap then because nobody was driving anywhere.
Nobody was going anywhere.
Yeah.
So listen, I would love pandemic gas prices, but with no pandemic, everybody would love that. Yes, that would be great. On the subject of Mary Santora,
oh God,
somebody left a message for her on, I don't even know if he wanted us to hear this, Bill, on the iHeartRadio app.
Like supposed to be directly to Mary?
I think.
Oh, my holy hell. Mary Santora, butter me up and slap me
I
hard.
think he called her Madison Churro.
Mary Santura.
Oh, I thought he called her Madison Churro.
Maybe Madison. I'll
That's
go
going to be
by
a great
Madison Churro.
alias for
He's
you.
frothed up.
Oh, my holy hell. Mary Santora, butter me up and slap me hard on the ass. You are a fox. How do you work with these homos every day? They must be paying you well because, man, I just looked at the YouTube live stream for the past week. You are a foxy lady. I mean, you don't even got to wear makeup. That's how you know you are a fine woman. To look as good as you do without makeup, I mean, holy hell. Dump these homos. Do your own thing. You don't need Alan.
You don't need Alan. And it cuts him off. Yeah, Mary. When are you going to dump these homos?
Dump the homos, Mary.
Come on.
I got to get rid of you guys. You're bringing
I
me down,
know.
apparently. Bring me
Oh,
down.
my holy hell. Yep. Oh, my holy hell.
Butter my ass. Is that what he said?
Butter
Slap my ass and butter me up.
Slap
Something
my
like
ass and butter me up.
Sounds like you're the homo.
Ugh.
Something. He loves Mary.
Well, thank
Even if he thinks her name is Madison Churro.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching the
Oh,
live stream.
my holy hell. Mary Santora, butter me up and slap me hard on the ass. You are a fox. How do you work with these homos every day? They must be paying you well because, man,
No, they
I
are
just
not.
looked at the YouTube live stream for the past week. You are a foxy lady. I mean, you don't even got to wear makeup. That's how you know you are a fine woman. To look as good as you do without makeup, I mean, holy hell. Dump these homos. Do your own thing. You don't need Alan.
Yeah.
And turn off that Zoom filter.
There you
Yeah,
go.
right. Give them what I actually look like.
Yeah. More right than you know, sir.
Well, thanks, guys.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Thanks, sir.
My name's Alan Cox, and I eat yogurt standing at the counter. I'm a yogurt boy. My show sucks.
Jeez.
Oh, I love it.
People are fired up
They
today.
are fired up. Man, that's a dur. We got to bring that back, by the way. I like throwing nadoy at people, you know. You have to be old enough to get that one, but I do like it. It's from my generation. Nadoy. But dur is good too.
I think that one's inappropriate.
Dur?
Isn't it?
Why?
Because it's supposed
you're
to be like mentally handicapped sounds.
But he's saying that I am a yogurt boy, and that's what a yogurt boy sounds like.
Right.
I don't know what a yogurt boy is. I'm a man who occasionally consumes yogurt. Maybe that's his version of soy boy. I don't know.
My name's Alan Cox, and I eat yogurt standing at the counter. I'm a yogurt boy. My show sucks.
Oh, man. Thank you, sir or madam. That's very exciting.
High quality calls today.
Keep on smoking, baby.
That's right. Keep on smoking, baby. All right. Listen, if you're on hold, I'll get you on the way back. If you can't hang on, it's nice knowing you. I got $50 to Pins Bowling. Have you made it over to Pins Mechanical Company there in Ohio City? Right there on 25th. Right there on what the kids call the main drag. Do some bowling? Want to have some drinks? Some old school fun? I got $50 to get you going over there at Pins. So we'll do that coming back. We also have Whoopsie's Week 2 picks.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Bill's golden doodle Whoopsie. He has deputized her to make how many picks? A half a dozen?
5.
5 picks. She went 4-1 last week. She killed it. A lot of our customers made a lot of money just transferring her picks to whatever betting app they use. So we'll get her week 2 picks here after the break. 35192. Text me for anything else. You can listen on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 W.
is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. Hey, hey. It's time to give stuff away with Alan Cox.
Hey, have you gotten yourself to Pins Mechanical Company yet? Right there in Ohio City on West 25th. Small balls and big libations. All right, I'm in. I'll get you $50. Start making a dent in your tab over there. Perfect place to get some old school fun. You go online, get the full bug at pinsbar.com. Good luck there. $50 for you. For caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Have you ever been impregnated with excitement? Well, it looks like you're showing. Welcome back to your new daddy, Alan Cox.
On WMMS. Decisions made from desperation. No way.
We're going to be getting to Whoopsie's Week 2 picks. Bill's dog, last week, had a great Week 1. She picked 5 games, and she nailed 4 of them. Rams, Lions, that was the one she whiffed?
Yep.
Yeah.
And it was a close game. She almost got it.
It was,
She
yes.
almost went 5 for 5.
Yeah. Get to those picks in a bit. Hey, Nick.
Hey, Mega Dildos, Alan.
Mega Dildos, Nick. How are you?
Pretty good. I watched the debate and you guys were talking about it, and this whole thing that allegedly went down in Springfield with an illegal immigrant. I don't know if you guys talked about it, but it actually happened in Canton, and she wasn't an illegal.
We did talk about that. I was simply saying yesterday that you don't need to pin it on immigrants because we have homegrown Ohioans who are killing and eating cats. The mayor of Springfield actually had to call a press conference and tell everybody, hey, this is not happening. And it's just it's just so weird. Like the whole thing, and that's the thing is that Vance and Trump, they've been bending over backwards to fend off this weird tag. And then they double down on eating the dogs and the abortions after they're born, and the no better way, boy, to stick a spoke in your wheels when people are calling you weird than to go down that route. So
someone sent me
all very strange.
The clip of the governor of Virginia talking about that. He was talking about non-viable pregnancies where the baby is either incredibly deformed or is not a viable baby, and so like after it's they secure the life of the mother, and then afterwards they have to deal with this baby that's usually stillborn.
But that's what this is so much of it is seizing on one isolated incident and then making that every story, disseminating that to people because it's harder and harder for people to tell what's real or true, and obviously we've been in this for a while.
What they want to believe too. So
but also like even if you want to figure out what's going on, like people have lives to lead, man.
Mm-hmm.
I can't. They're not everybody's spending their wee hours on Facebook going down rabbit holes. That was the other thing he said last night too. He's like, I've been a leader in fertilization, and she's like, what the hell are you? Because he's now trying to pander as part of the abortion thing. He's trying to pander to people on IVF because they want to ban everything, right? And so he's like, I've been a leader in fertilization, which I'm like, well, whatever that means. Who do you think you are, Dave Grohl?
All right.
Mary Santora, everybody. Madison Churro, ladies and gentlemen.
Madison Churros.
Thank you, Nick.
All right, thank you. Bye.
There's Nick. Let me talk to Tommy.
Hey, what's up?
Hi, Tommy.
Hey, in case you notice about my voice here, I'm only 49.
I was going to ask if you were an adult female or a young prepubescent boy.
Yeah, I'm an adult female.
And where are you calling me from, Tommy?
Barnesville, Ohio. I live close to the West Virginia border.
Okay. How's life over there?
like a redneck town. It's like everyone knows your name.
I mean, West Virginia is a beautiful part of the country.
Yeah.
You're in full-on Appalachia out there.
You ever meet the Mothman?
I live close to Wheeling, West Virginia.
Understood. I've been to Wheeling.
Mm-hmm.
So what's up?
Well, first of all, I want to talk about the debate. The debate was sounding good here, and I know what Donald Trump has been going through for all these years as being president. Once he becomes president again, I hope everything will be back to normal.
So you're casting your vote for Trump?
Yes, I am.
I have to assume you voted for him last time?
Yeah, I did.
Do you normally vote for whoever the Republican candidate is? I mean, if you're 49, you've been voting for a while. Do you ever recall voting for a Democrat candidate?
No, I used that once with Obama, but then once America's fallen down a little bit, I figured that the Republicans will do much more better.
And what is the evidence of the past that what evidence is there from the lone Trump administration that leads you to that conclusion?
Well, to conclude here, I think that Donald Trump was doing a good job, and especially I think he did a good job as the president, but more importantly, he gained some respect to all the people who are voting.
In what way? I'm not clear by what you mean by that.
Okay, I get confused here. I'm a special needs person.
Okay.
I have autism, but I'm pretty high functioning.
Yep.
So what I meant is that I sure wish that the Democrats can listen to us more about what our problem is, and they need to listen by what's been going on.
Tommy, do you have children?
No, I do not. I have a cat.
Okay, so the whole weird cat ladies thing, the JD Vance, that doesn't bother you?
No. JD Vance is going to do. No, JD Vance is going to be a good vice president.
Okay. Well, listen, I have to think there on the West Virginia border, Tommy, that you probably have a very different environment than we have here in Northeast Ohio.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I live in southern East Ohio, and it's like I said, my hometown is like everyone knows your name, and try to be friendly and lay back.
And I have to assume, Tommy, that in your community, there probably aren't a lot of Democrat voters.
No, there's not.
Yeah, a lot of Trump signs and things like that.
Yes.
Gotcha.
And my church are fully Republican.
Yep.
So we're into that Trump era as well.
Understood.
So anyway.
Listen, Tom, go ahead.
Tommy, how'd you
I'm
find out
sorry.
about the show, by the way?
YouTube.
Beautiful. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
okay,
right.
please, I interrupted you, Tommy. Go ahead.
That's okay. I also want to know about the 9/11 today here. It was like, when I was younger, it was like 22, 23.
Yep.
They had the 9/11 thing, and I was going to the doctor's appointment when it happened.
It was a horrible day, wasn't it, Tommy?
Yes, it was.
I
Yes,
just
it
got back
was.
from a dentist appointment.
Were you living in the same place you're living now? Are you kind of born and raised in the area where you live?
I was born in Houston, Texas, and then raised in Barnesville, Ohio.
Okay. All right.
And also, it's just I go back and forth here. I was in a group home twice. The first one didn't treat me too good, but then the second one helped me out and tried to become a better person that I am.
And Tommy, do you live with your family or do you live by yourself?
I live by myself for someone who has autism.
Yep.
My family, my mom and dad died, and then I decided to try to do things by myself to become who I am here.
Of course.
The person who has Asperger's syndrome.
So like you said, so you are clearly high functioning, like you said.
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
What's your cat's name?
My cat's name is Buster.
Buster. Now, do you just have one?
I have one.
Oh, one. Okay. Well, I guess that's
What's he look
better-
like? Is he
better
like
than
a
two?
Calico? Is he a black cat? What's he look like?
He is a domestic short-haired gray cat. He kind of reminds me of Garfield because he acts like Garfield.
Now, does he hate Mondays and love lasagna?
He doesn't eat lasagna, but he is a diabetic. But he doesn't eat lasagna.
It's an Ohio cat.
Yeah, Tommy's got a diabetic cat. So what, do you have to shoot it with insulin, or how does that work?
No, he's insulin dependent right now until I take him to the doctor.
Wow. Okay. Well, listen, Tommy, feel free to call us anytime, okay?
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank you,
dear.
Tommy.
There's Tommy, who's there on the West by God, Virginia border, and she's checking in.
Buster's mom.
Buster's mother. That's right. And she's living out there in Trump country. And she thinks J.D. Vance is going to be a great vice president. And she wants to get the world back to normal with Donald Trump back in the White House. It'll be back to normal there. All right, well, good. Thank you, Tommy. When she first called, I wasn't sure if it was a young boy, if it was, but she's 49, a few years younger than me. And she's just out there living her life.
Yeah.
Right?
Doing it.
Doing it. God, both of her parents are gone. That sucks.
That does suck.
Oof. Of course, Mary and I are in the Dead Dads Club,
We are.
but she's in the Dead Parents Club.
Yeah, all of them.
Oof. Bill, do you want to do Whoopsie's pick?
Oh, let's do it.
Okay.
Football all the way. Football all the way. Yeah, wouldn't you say? Football all the way. Football all the way. Football all the way. Yeah, wouldn't you say? Football all the way.
All right, we used to have a goat here on the show every NFL season. We had Terry the Goat. We have Al Marcinek as our bureau chief in Carlton, Pennsylvania, and he runs Marcinek Farms. And so for 5 or 6 seasons, we had Terry the Goat, and he was kind enough to send us video every week, and she would pick NFL games. Well, Bill finally, the light bulb goes off, and he goes, my dog should be picking these games. And it was a stroke of genius, because last week, Whoopsie went 4-1. And she's picking 5 more games this week?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to play this. Do I need to pause it along the way? Do people need to follow along?
I mean,
Or-
you just play it. It's
little narration by you?
Little narration, and I mean there are some visuals, and I kind of added some little more production this week.
Okay. Streamlining the nailing it down.
I wouldn't say streamlined. You'll
Well, but I
see-
mean,
you'll see.
okay. I mean, figuring it out week
Yeah.
to week. Yeah.
Last week, Whoopsie was 4-1. Let's see how she does this week.
Time for Whoopsie's picks. We got Thursday night game, the Dolphins.
Okay, so just because I'm showing this on the live stream for people who aren't watching, explain how you.
So there's 2 bowls, and there's a dog treat in each bowl, and then I got little tiny helmets that show which teams are playing, and then she will eat a treat out of the bowls. Now I have help from my girlfriend last night doing this, and Whoopsie she's not a show dog.
Mm-hmm.
So in this instance, she kind of comes in from the side, even though she was lined up originally straight ahead. So
Well, you're training her to be camera ready.
Yeah.
Did
So
you have to
by
buy?
the- by
Did you
the-
go and buy? Did you online? Did you find like the old NFL plastic helmets?
Yeah.
The
they still
vending
make
machine.
them.
I know they're
Yeah.
awesome.
They're great.
I love those when I was a kid.
it was like $20 or something, or $30.
Awesome.
Like, I'm getting that.
Okay, so you put a treat in each bowl. Whichever bowl she goes to first is considered her pick.
Yes.
Okay. First game, Miami, Buffalo.
Yes.
Right?
The Thursday night game.
Thursday night football.
Whoopsie, make your pick. Make your pick.
No.
Okay, so she picks the Dolphins.
She picks the Dolphins
That's
for the
Ricky
first pick,
Williams
yeah.
and the Miami Dolphins.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's Dan Marino and the
Joe
Miami.
Marino.
Yeah, Joe Marino and the Miami Dolphins.
Next up, Green Bay versus the Colts. All right, make your choice, Whoops.
She picks the Colts.
Yep.
Now, is there a pattern forming where, like, whatever bowl she's nearest is what she'll grab?
Well, and that's
or-
like what we were trying to have her start from, but she kept like
a neutral location.
She came into like she got into a rhythm where she's like, I'm going to come in from the side and get it, even though she was not starting from the side.
Right. Does she get along with your girlfriend?
Yeah.
Is there any animosity
No,
there? Does she feel like your time is being taken
No, she
by this
loves-
human woman?
She loves it.
Okay.
What if you put her at the end of a hallway?
So wait, we get there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's pick number 2 is the Colts over the Packers.
Yeah.
All right.
Next up, Bears versus Texans. All right, Whoopsie, come here.
Oh, tread lightly.
Yeah, she's getting held
Bears,
down.
Texans.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, it's going to be Caleb Williams against that Deshaun Watson.
No, not Deshaun Watson.
I'm sorry?
He does not play for the Texans anymore.
He's on our team.
Yeah.
Oh, that can't be right. The rapist?
Yeah.
Yes.
Alleged rape. I'm sorry, the alleged rapist?
Yeah.
That can't be right.
Yeah, no, they got C.J. Stroud down there, and they're very good.
Is he an alleged rapist?
No, he's.
Oh.
a
So
good
that's an
quarterback,
upgrade.
yeah.
Okay.
Make your choice.
The Texans. It's the same one every time. This is Chiefs Bengals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bengals. Let's go, Whoops. Ready? Go. Hey, come here. Make your choice.
She's up on the bed, right?
Yeah,
This is all taking place
yeah.
on the bed.
Yeah.
Make your choice. No, wait.
That goes for the Bengals. Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah, they need a big bounce back week because they did not look good in week 1. So
Gonna
we'll see
beat
what
the
happens.
Chiefs.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, make your choice, Whoopsie.
So this time we had her in the bathroom.
This is Jaguars Browns.
Yes. And I
Okay.
kind of messed up here, but she gets it.
Browns versus Bears. Browns versus Jaguars. Pick the Browns.
Pick the Browns. There you go. Whoopsie's week 2 NFL picks in all of their glory. You love to see it.
I posted it on my Instagram and on at Bill Squire, and I'll put it on Facebook and YouTube too. So if you want to follow along, recap the picks, let Whoopsie know how she's doing.
Yep. Go and
ahead.
make your picks accordingly.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
now,
there was like
I did a bet again. I did a $10 parlay that will, if all 5 hit, I'll win like 270, I think, this week. Last week it was 570. This week it's 270 because she picked a lot more favorites.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I'm never going to bet against my Bears. But those are a lot of good picks.
I think keeping her in the bathroom is a smart
Yeah, I think
choice.
we're gonna do it. Oh, like
Like when
that
the
from
gates
now.
come up for the
Yeah,
Greyhounds?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I was just, I thought about that, and then I was like, why didn't I do this the whole time? But I already filmed the other ones. It was 11:30 at night. It had been a long day, so I was like, I just gotta get this done because I'm going out of town, and it's. Yeah.
But these are all the tweaks, week
Yeah.
to week.
Right.
Make some tweaks on Whoopsie's picks. All right.
But again, she did very good the first week, so we'll see how she does this week.
Mm-hmm. I mentioned this before when I was talking to maybe Eric, that the mayor of Springfield, Ohio, called a press conference to let everybody know, hey, we don't have Haitians eating, contrary to what you might have heard or seen. City of Springfield there, the mayor is named Rob Rue, R-U-E, and he's getting everybody the 411.
We're here to address recent rumors that have been circulated related to our Haitian community. We wish to clarify that we have not been able to verify any credible reports or specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community. The news story regarding a cat being killed and consumed did not originate in Springfield.
Now, obviously, if the mayor of Canton, Ohio, wants to call a similar press conference,
He's got to be like, she wasn't an immigrant.
he can't say all this. Yeah.
It actually involved a Canton woman who was arrested for animal
Oh, it's
cruelty
in there. Oh, okay.
last month. Rumors like this are taken away from the real issues, such as the issues involving our housing, our school resources, and our overwhelmed healthcare system. Additionally, there have been no verified incidences of immigrants engaging in illegal activities as squatting or littering in front of residents' homes. As it relates to driving, I made a statement at the last City Commission meeting but I am just as concerned as all of our citizens of the reckless operation, speeding, and distracted driving of motor vehicles in our community.
Oh, that was because what got kind of lumped into all this is there was like a Haitian guy without a license who slammed into some people. So that kind of got lumped in with everything else, I think, that story.
In fact, I have continued to ask for support at the state level to support us in addressing these major driving-related concerns. Just recently, Governor DeWine, in a press conference held today at 3:30, announced that he ordered the Director of Public Safety, Andy Wilson, and the State Highway Patrol to immediately begin a data-driven task enforcement surge in conjunction with the Springfield Police Department and the Clark County Sheriff's Department to combat these driving issues.
Boy, you got to think when you are the mayor of Springfield, Ohio, you don't ever think you're going to be on a national stage, right? You're like, this is going to be a fun gig. I used to run a gardening shop. I ran for mayor. I'm an affable chap. They voted me in. We're going to have a great time. It is true they have a huge influx of Haitian immigrants. They have a DHL factory there or a plant or something. People who moved for jobs. They weren't getting bussed in. People who moved for jobs. That's why a lot of people move. You know, when they shut down that Lordstown plant or whatever they did, there were a lot of people up here who were told, you can keep your job, you just got to move to Tennessee. And so there's always people moving for work. But that is Rob Rue. That is the mayor of Springfield, Ohio. I've got to take a break. I will have Sarah Silverman tickets for you. 1 week from Saturday, 21st. She's going to be at Playhouse Square doing the State Theater. I'm hoping again.
And an Io. And Io is one of the moons of Jupiter. Have fun trying to figure out whatever the that means. Io. It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, there might be a miracle in the making as I'm looking at it. You know, the Guardians are finishing up that series in Chicago against the White Sox. It's the bottom of the 6th inning, and it's 5-4 Guardians.
Oh.
The White Sox could go all the way to, I mean, I don't want to say it out loud because I don't want to jinx it. They could score 5 runs, all right? I mean, 4 already exceeds my wildest dreams. They got shut out yesterday, and they got beat on Monday by the Guardians there in Chicago. 5-3 Monday, 5-0 last night. The afternooner happening as we speak. Bottom of the 6th. Guardians 5, White Sox 4. I mean, even when they lose, they will have scored 4 runs. I mean, they recently beat the Red Sox. That's not always easy. And they beat somebody else. It's the little victories, and they are little. They beat the Red Sox on Sunday night. That was 7-2. They beat the Orioles at Camden Yards. That's also not easy to do. But other than that, it has been just a parade of catastrophe. So, bottom of the 6th, as we speak, 5-4. The Guardians there in Chicago. Guardians will come home to start up that series against the Tampa Bay Rays. That starts tomorrow night. There's 4 games with them, and then they move right to the 4 games against the Twins here at Progressive Field. Last handful of games, they will go to St. Louis to play the Cardinals. They'll come home, play the Reds, and they'll finish up the season, regular season, against the Houston Astros. So their last road series is in St. Louis against the Cardinals. And you can use the promo code GUARDIAN all month long if you're doing some shopping at CLE Clothing Company. Don't sleep on that. 20% off whatever you want, whatever you get there. Use the promo code GUARDIAN. You okay?
Yeah.
Guess who tried to pass himself off on the app?
Who?
You leave messages here on the iHeartRadio app. Guess who tried to pull the wool over my eyes?
Uh-oh.
Alan? Alan Cox? Oh, hey, it's just me, Johnny Football. I haven't talked to you in a while. I see you're still in Cleveland. Good for you. I miss it there. They love me there. I love playing football. You really started my fan club there in Cleveland when I first came on your show. I may call tomorrow.
You know, Johnny Manziel.
That wasn't the real Johnny
Of course
Football.
not.
That wasn't
I
the
tried to
one
reach the real Johnny Manziel, and he was feeling a little under the weather, so he's not able to join us. But I was like, you are not going to believe. You want to talk about stolen valor on 9/11, no less. Have you no decency, sir, to pretend to be Johnny Football, who's back in the news, by the way. I guess I didn't put 2 and 2 together. I didn't realize that his ex was one of Nick Cannon's baby mamas.
Did he get divorced?
Johnny Manziel?
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of years ago.
Oh.
He stepped out on her or something like that.
I knew that, but I didn't know if she left him or not.
Yeah, they got married in 2018. They divorced. I guess they split up pretty quickly, but they divorced in 2021. And I guess I knew, granted, it's hard to keep track of the ladies that let Nick Cannon leave it in, but that name, Bree Taisi, I was like, I just did not put 2 and 2 together. And there's a show called Selling Sunset. There's a reality show called Selling Sunset. And market for real estate in Los Angeles, and he reached out to his ex. And I guess that's part of this new, I guess he's dating Jose Canseco's daughter now. But he and Bree Taisi were married. And she is, she had Nick Cannon's 8th kid. Dang. Yeah. So.
Set for life.
I guess so. Josie Canseco is Jose's daughter. And, everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing, I guess. But this caught people's attention because they didn't have a great split. But, Johnny Manziel, I mean, you want to talk about the white-hot spotlight this guy was in. I mean, for a guy like that to ever even come close to reeling in somebody like Bree Taisi, I mean, you can't even get your head around it. This corn pone. I don't care if he was a professional football player. I mean. So, but I guess the hook in this episode of this reality show is that Johnny Manziel was kind of like, yeah, I didn't treat her well. Or they had a little heart-to-heart.
Well, that's nice.
But
isn't that nice?
Isn't that nice?
Aww.
Kissed and made up. Not kissed, but she definitely kissed Nick Cannon.
You don't know that.
I have to think. Yeah, okay. All right. I mean, is there a chance that David Grohl just paid for in vitro fertilization with his girl? Is there any chance that that's what happened? There's all this conversation about IVF. If you watch the debate last night, Trump will tell you he's a leader in fertilization. And I don't know that anybody has considered, in all the knives out and finger pointing in that Dave Grohl situation, I don't know if anybody has considered that maybe it was some in vitro situation. Maybe he was just helping her out. Back home in Chicago, let me give you this. Not in Chicago, but nearby. There is when I was growing up, you'd see nonstop commercials. One of the biggest automobile dealers in the Midwest, a guy named Bob Rohrman. Rohrman Automotive was a massive network of car dealerships. And they had them in Illinois, and they had them in Indiana. I don't know if they had any here, but he was pretty, he had a pretty good spread. And when I was a kid, you were constantly seeing Bob Rohrman advertisements. They would have a cartoon lion, and they go, Bob Rohrman, everybody. Well, Bob Rohrman died some years ago, so he's not in charge of everything anymore. He died, I think, right before COVID kicked in. His wife was like 30 years younger than him. She was 28. He was 58 when they got married. So it was like big local news. Well, they're in a bit of a PR pickle now because Rohrman Automotive did one of these things where it was called Kicks for Cash. This was at a Purdue football game. So this is Indiana. And so they have dealerships out there, and this is a big, a lot of auto dealerships do this. They do these kinds of promotions. We're like, hey, hit the field goal from, the 50-yard line or whatever, and you'll get X, Y, and Z. Or the half-court shot, and you get this. So Rohrman Automotive was doing a Kicks for Cash competition at a Purdue football game. And this kid made a 40-yard field goal.
Dang.
So he was going to win a 2-year lease on a brand new car from Rohrman Automotive. But then he got an email. See, these are all done through insurance companies. They go, well, it's $1 million prize. It's an insurance policy that pays out when you do this. But we all know insurance companies want to take your money. They don't ever want to return any of it back. They will look for every possible opportunity to deny a claim. And that's exactly what they did here. They sent him an email saying that he was not going to get the 2-year lease because he didn't kick the ball within the allotted time frame.
Oh, come on.
He needed to have the ball in the air by a certain amount of time. Now, anybody who knows anything about these kinds of things, if you're watching a football game, as long as you make that kick before the counter is at 0, it counts. Well, he got an email from the insurance company and from the car dealership that said that he was off by 5/100ths of a second.
Oh, my God.
And they attached video evidence from a variety of angles saying, hey, upon further review, you actually didn't beat the clock.
Wow.
So you don't get...
That's that.
Well, the kid's like, look, I have a car that runs fine. I thought this was cool.
Yeah.
And I don't need a car. And the dealership, I guess, like doubled down. So they sent him a whole bunch of videos showing him that he was short by however much they said he was short. But he's like, this is really low quality video. And the camera angles weren't synced up with each other. So it's just kind of standard issue insurance company going, whoops, well. But in every level of football, as I understand it, that ball snapped before the clock is at 0, that kick counts. And he made the 40-yard kick. And he's like, they never said anything to me about when my foot had to be off the ball.
Right.
They said, go out and kick. That's what everybody does. Half-court shot, 40-yard kick, whatever it is. So this thing blows up, and you'd think that a car dealership, this is bad PR, you'd think that they would be like, you know what, take it. We had a fun time, whatever. Now, they doubled down, and they were like, you're not getting this. They put out a statement saying, well, it didn't go the way that it was supposed to go. So he did it incrementally, right? He would win gift cards doing the kicks from 20 yards out, 30 yards out. He finally does them 40 yards out. That was for the car. And the whole thing took a turn when he got that email saying that because Bob Rohrman, this guy who passed away, who began this series of dealerships, he went to Purdue. This was his alma mater. And his family has given like tens of millions of dollars to Purdue athletics. But the dealership, doubling down. And kind of trying to use it as an advertisement. They were like, oh, it was great, and he came so close.
Yeah, I feel like this makes people go like, yeah, but you're out of this. Screw you guys.
It's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think this makes the dealership look good at
You're going to nickel and dime me on everything.
Yeah.
Yep. So who knows what will happen there, but it jumped out at me because I remember growing up and seeing Bob Rohrman advertisements on local television. That dumb cartoon lion. Jose Canseco was just on the newest season of The Surreal Life. Oh, Josie Canseco, sorry. It's like he's a little long in the tooth to be on that show. My wife is watching the new season. It's like Chet Hanks, Macy Gray. I know I played that clip from Macy Gray where she said like her day is made when she has cocaine.
Good for her.
She's like, that's what I get to level myself out as cocaine. Macy Gray gonna Macy Gray. But I didn't know what show that was, and Gwen's watching it. Alan, the stupid kid in our middle school, wrote a bomb threat on the bathroom wall yesterday. Today they were charged with a Class D felony. This is Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. I'm sorry, burpee. One of our bureau chiefs out there. Hello, who's this? Hello.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
Hate the show.
Thank you.
I just have a question. What was the song that you were playing when you came back from break? It was 4:23.
It was Bloody Strings by Guar.
All right. That's it.
Oh, easy enough.
No, I'm kidding. She's talking about this song.
Oh, this is the song from Portlandia, right?
It's called Feel It All Around. The band is called Washed Out. This song's probably 10, 15 years old, but I love it. Great. Puts me in a good mood.
I've heard it before. But I couldn't jam it while I was driving.
Washed Out is the band. It's called Feel It All Around. It's on an album called Life of Leisure.
All right. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Please. I guess I couldn't convince her that this was Guar, but it would have been great had I sent her down the rabbit hole to...
A little chill for Guar.
Well, listen, if you're an artist, you want to give yourself a lot of options. You want to give yourself different ways of doing things. And But they did use this as the theme song for Portlandia, didn't they? For a little while. I never really got into that show, but Portlandia is another show. I'm like, I really should like this show, but I can't vibe on it. I like Fred a lot. Fred Armisen is in a Rob Lowe show on Netflix called Unstable, which I think is very funny. Fred Armisen plays his therapist who has wormed his way into Rob Lowe's life and is living with him and causing all kinds of crazy things to happen. Before we move on, cats have been in the news, and this kind of ties in a little bit. There's a narrative thread here, if you follow me, on the Kicks for Cash debacle. Remember the guy who was on video, like drop kicking the cat?
No.
We talked about this a while ago. There's a dude who was like filmed himself kicking a cat like he was kicking a field goal.
Jeez.
One of his buddies recorded it. A guy named Donaldvin Williams.
He's doing a live stream.
Yeah. Not Donovan. Donaldvin Williams. They gave him 3 years in prison. Guy in Texas. Drop kicked a cat and then, say it with me, put it
Made
on
the
social
field
media.
goal. Oh.
No. Bob Rohrman denied his brand new car, too.
Unbelievable.
I know. 30-year-old Donald Vin Williams got 3 years in federal prison. Federal animal crushing is a federal offense, in which, I'm going to read you chapter and verse here of the law, just so those of you out there who might get it in your head, maybe you know that lady in Canton, in which one or more living non-human mammals, birds, reptiles, or amphibians is purposely crushed, burned. Alan, what if I drown him? Nope. Drowned, suffocated, impaled, or otherwise subjected to serious bodily injury. Federal offense. That'll get you.
Yeah, it should.
We were talking about the debate before where, everybody's pouncing on the Trump, they're eating dogs, eating cats. That all just came from the J.D. Vance nonsense. This guy's obsessed with cats. So the childless cat ladies and then the immigrants because J.D. Vance is a senator from Ohio. So that's why he became the face of this whole thing. He has essentially told their supporters, hey, even if this isn't true, keep saying it. He's like, maybe the rumors are false, but even so, just keep saying it. If they turn out to be false. Of course, everybody associated with that township has said there's zero evidence. It's not happening at all. So, he's like, just letting people know, hey, even if turns out to be false, just put it out there. Let people do their own research. I got to take a break.
Oh.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, in the debate, I liked when they asked Trump if he would sign a national abortion ban. They're like, well, J.D. Vance said that. And he was basically like, I don't talk to J.D. Vance.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know that guy.
He doesn't speak for me. Yeah, I grabbed him because I thought he was good looking.
Right.
Not because he's smart. Well, one hand doesn't know what the other hand's doing over there, so. Let me break here. I'll have those Testament tickets for you a little bit later on. If you are a metal fan, maybe you've joined us on Saturday night here on MMS for 2 hours to midnight, then you want to jump on these. Testament and Creator are co-headlining, and they got Possessed opening for them. Old school. October 1 at the Agora. So I'll have those for you in a bit. If you want to text in the break, 35192. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
We got stuff. You want stuff. Win stuff. This week at WMMS. This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the buzzard. The buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
My name's Alan Cox, and my show sucks.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Larry David's going on tour.
What?
I'd like to go see Larry David.
I would love that.
Yeah.
Is he doing stand-up or is he just doing
No, it's like one of those
Q&A?
sit there Q&A things.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it'd be great. He's doing about half a dozen cities.
Cleveland, I imagine, is on the top of the list.
Cleveland, that is the first and last date he's doing. He's bookending the entire tour with stops in Cleveland. He's doing a place called Imposters Theater.
Oh, that's
You ever heard of that place?
Yeah, I have. I'll be there next time I'm there. I think November 1st.
You're going to be there the next time you're there? Is that what you said?
I will be there the next time I'm there. But November 1st is the next time I'm there.
A Conversation with Larry David is the name of the tour. Just days after the Emmy Awards, where Curb Your Enthusiasm is nominated, and he is nominated as well. I'm very confused by the Emmys this year because I think it's this weekend, but every day there's things about people who've won Emmys, and I'm not clear what they're doing.
So many Emmys now, too.
Yeah, but it used to be they would announce ahead of time, like the technical Emmys, right? Oh, this guy got sound editing because they're not going to put him on TV because who cares? But like a few days ago, Jamie Lee Curtis wins Best Supporting Actress for The Bear. Angela Bassett finally gets an Emmy, but it's like for a voiceover, so that's kind of got a stick in her craw. You know she got it, but you know she wants one for acting.
And that is acting.
Voice acting.
Yes, but one where
her face is in it.
Yeah. I mean, she got nominated for an Oscar for frigging Black Panther and lost. So, you know, she's always at the top of the list of people who've never gotten one and should have one, you know, like Glenn Close. And anyway, the Conversation with Larry David, you will have to go to Chicago if you want to see him close to here, Chicago or Philly. He's doing Denver, Seattle, San Francisco, Georgia, Portland, Oregon, Phoenix, Austin, and Hollywood, Florida. If you want to go down to Hollywood, Florida.
Florida sucks.
So September 20th through Thursday, December 5th, a Conversation with Larry David. I'd love to try to get to that Chicago date, but again, this is one of these shows where the tickets will go on sale. They'll all get scooped up by the bots, and then they'll try to sell them back to you. I mean, under normal circumstances, this would be a high-end ticket. And these are obviously not massive venues. They're certainly big. These are theaters. But, you know, and who knows? Maybe things will go so well that he'll add a second show. A lot of times that's what happens here. The Chicago Theater is 3,600 people. So you're not talking to, you know, it's not the Romo Fijo. But I think that would be very, very entertaining. A lot of fun. Alan, you like all the unique names in sports? There's a new running back for Ohio State named Quinshon Judkins.
Oh, boy.
That's a good name. I mean, you're going to be hard, even though he's not an athlete, to top Donaldvin. But Quinshon Judkins. I like it. I don't mind it. Speaking of Florida, I was looking at a story about an 84-year-old woman who's recovering in the hospital after getting attacked by a gator down there in Florida, and she punched it in the face.
Hell yeah.
Right? That's how you do down there. She's walking her dog, trying to live her life. And it's Florida, so these gators just come out of nowhere, and they're fast. Well, they don't come out of nowhere. But you don't always see it. Yeah, they come out of the water. You're right. Fort Myers Beach, Florida. And this woman is recuperating in the hospital. A woman named Del Bopple.
What is going on?
An old woman named Del Bopple.
Del Bopple?
Yeah. Her hand looks pretty mangled, but she's alive.
bet.
And she was just trying to save her dog in this.
It's a moment of survival. I can understand men and women in war now, where it just turns.
Wait, what?
She can understand men and women in war.
Huh. All right.
On.
This woman is my hero. She is amazing. Tonight, NBC2.
On 9/11, no less, Bill. Have you no decency, madam?
Speaking with that woman who was attacked by an alligator in North Fort Myers, and she lived to tell about it.
She was walking with her dog when a 7-foot gator snuck up and grabbed onto her. Only NBC2's Hope Salmon.
Boy, they got you coming and going on local news, don't they? You know what? Local news, I don't know if it constitutes a rebound, but when they talk to people, they'll do surveys of people in which media they trust. And as you might suspect, all the different forms of media, it's a common complaint, and it's really bipartisan. The people don't trust the media, or they feel like they're constantly being lied to because everybody's siloed off. And so when they do these surveys of which media do you trust the most, internet, all that stuff, that's at the very bottom. The top is, let's be real, radio and local news. So I don't know if local news is making any kind of comeback, but most people will say the local news in my community is my most trusted form of media. A situation like this, they really got you coming and going, because the old axiom, if it bleeds, it leads. If somebody dies, it's a big story.
That's why my most trusted source is women.
Why are you?
Why?
Giving you a compliment.
Why, Bill?
Because they bleed.
Mary, your thoughts? She's got her head in her hand.
I hate him so much. The amount of hatred I have in my heart for Bill Squire it grows.
Wow.
It exponentially even.
You know what that means?
Let's give the people what they want.
Time
It's about damn time.
for the Mary Santora and Bill Show.
On today's episode of the Mary Santora, Tara, and Bill Show, Bill's fired. Any departing words, Bill?
Did you say any departing words?
Yeah.
What the hell is going on over there?
You can't fire me.
It's my show.
It's our show.
It's my show. My name's first. I
Alan,
will fire
first of all,
whoever
you
I
shut
want.
up.
Alan, you're
You're
not
not
even
here.
on
Oh, I'm
the
sorry.
show.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
Go
ahead.
Our producer.
Here I am trying to support my friends and support women by saying that I trust them.
You don't support women.
I support them the most.
You don't.
I support them more than you do.
No, you don't.
All you're ever talking about is how you're the only funny female comic.
Nobody's ever said that.
You say that every day.
I didn't even win the funniest female comic in Cleveland. So
you weren't here, so you
you're fired.
probably won it in New York.
You're fired.
You can't
What are
fire
your
me.
departing words? You have 30 seconds.
All right, my departing words are.
You have 30
are
seconds.
you soaking right now?
Oh my God, I'm not even joking. I'm gonna leave this studio.
It's the fact that you don't see it coming that makes it so funny, and how angry it makes you. I'm just Kamala
Just have to
over
sit
here,
here
just
4 hours a day. I have to listen to this.
exactly what we know I'm gonna do every day, and you take the bait every time.
It's not about taking the bait. It's about you being the worst. Just the worst.
The bait's taken.
There is no bait. You're fired. Back to the Alan Cox Show.
Master baiter.
Let's give the people what they want.
I don't take the bait, Alan. She does.
It's about damn time.
For the Mary Santora and Bill Show.
As they say in broadcasting, another one in the can, kids.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to Del Bopple. The woman who fought off the gator. My point being, they got you coming and going here. It's going to be a top story if somebody dies, and it's also a top story if somebody doesn't die.
They survive.
They survived.
Spoke with her from her hospital bed today.
She says she's in good spirits because her dog is okay, but doesn't want anyone to go through what she went through. She says that gator was fast, and she had to think quick to save herself and her dog.
It was like a torpedo. I have never seen anything move that fast in all my life. I didn't have time to think.
Del Boppel's evening dog walk Thursday was the scariest she's had.
All of a sudden, I had a premonition. I'm telling you, it was like, uh-oh.
That gut feeling.
What?
I don't think she knows what a premonition
I had a premonition. Uh-oh. You tell me, Mary. You're the one who believes in premonitions.
It's not
Was
the
she-
uh-oh.
Was she
Premonition is when you see something before it happens.
was she manifesting her survival?
If she had a premonition here, she would have not let her dog get taken by the gator in the first place.
I don't know if the dog got taken.
Or
That's
like get attacked,
Yeah,
snuck up on.
Yeah, we're gonna
Yeah.
we're gonna
You're
find
not getting
out.
snuck up on.
We're gonna find out what happened to Del Boppel here.
I'm telling you, it was like, uh-oh.
That gut feeling was a 7-foot gator about to lunge right at her.
That alligator took off like 35 miles an hour, and I'm not joking.
Boppel says she got close to the pond at Julia Mobile Home Park off Slater Road. She saw Gator's eyes looking back at her. Before she could think of anything else, she tossed her small Shih Tzu named Queen up in the air.
I'm sorry, what?
You heard it.
I took a big old swaller out of it, and I was like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
She saw Gator's eyes looking back at her. Before she could think of anything else, she tossed her small Shih Tzu named Queen up in the air. Then the gator chomped.
She took a chunk out of me.
After a few good hits, that gator did scurry away, but not until it took a chunk out of her leg and fingers. So who would you say first, if it was the kid or the gator? Who are you?
Probably the dog.
Boppel says she's...
What are they laughing at? This lady, like, barely... She lost fingers, got a huge chunk out of... she's alive, of course, but... They're laughing with her.
complained about
The what?
She's old, dude.
Yeah, 84.
the big gators to her community. They have not reached out to her and also have not returned my calls. Del says she's able
shots
to laugh
fired.
now because she knows when she gets home, her dog will be there waiting for her. Reporting in Fort Myers, Hope Salmon, NBC2.
That Hope Salmon's pretty foxy, but what a petty wrap-up. She has not returned my calls. Oh, well, she's in the hospital, lady. She's 84. She's not long for this earth. How do you... I imagine
no, that's
that...
not who's... She's talking about the city didn't return a call.
Oh, the city didn't return a call. All right, well, there you go. The city did not return her call. They have not returned my calls. Don't they know that I'm Hope Salmon from Channel 2 down here in Fort Myers?
This is why Florida sucks.
Her Shih Tzu, Queen, threw her up in the air. Yeah, well, I know that no matter where you live, after a while you get used to your surroundings and you go about your life probably not with a lot of situational awareness. That can happen to the best of us, right? You can sit in traffic and get to work and not know how the hell you got there because you're like, I'm just zoning out when I'm in my car. But I really don't understand how anyone living in Florida isn't constantly scanning bodies of water for frigging gators to run out. Everything in Florida is trying to kill you. It's not the people, it's the animals. The heat. So this woman's like, I've never seen anything like it. You guys are poontang deep in gators at every turn. And they always seem to be coming up on old ladies with tiny dogs.
They know who's susceptible.
That's what I'm saying. Like those gators smell a snack. But she's alive.
That's good.
Yeah. She's okay.
I took a big old swaller out of it, and I was like, uh-oh.
Mm-hmm.
Not a lot of people can say they fought a gator.
That is true.
Her and Happy Gilmore.
Yeah. Got a clip of her 911 call here.
911 emergency.
Help me, please. I crashed my flying machine. Ah.
I'm sorry, that's not
I know he's in an immense amount of pain there, but...
Help me, please. I crashed my flying machine. Ah.
That poor guy. He's doing okay. And there's no gator in that story. This guy's out in the desert. He's trying to get up there with a flying machine. I mean, since, going back to Da Vinci, right? Since man could conceive of engineering feats to try to get them to join the creatures of the air, man has been trying to fly. And that poor guy, that's what happens. People making fun of him. We used to have a young man on this show named Pound Cake. His name was
we did not.
Cody Brown. But one of his more charming traits was that he was poop shy. He did not want to poop at work. And a lot of people are like this. He's not alone. There were a lot of people that were on Team Home Poop. But they're trying to get people, it's not good for you, depending on how long you do it, right? A lot of people, we were talking earlier, Mary drinking the Poppy Gut Health Pop or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of, that whole situation there is a little dubious. But based on how people normally eat, it's probably not great to hold it in all day long at work. And the health department in Queensland, Australia, is trying to get a campaign going to tell people to poop at work more, because they're trying to not only destigmatize it, but also, help keep the trains moving when people are at work.
Boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I poop on company time, right?
That's right. And so they've got a whole... it's something that's interesting. I wouldn't think it would rise to the level of a PR campaign.
Right. Yeah.
But that's
How
what
much money are they losing?
I don't know. But It's Okay to Poo at Work is the name of their campaign, saying, let it out. This is considered taboo, and they don't want people to be living like that. There's a lot of places now that are testing the 4-day work week, which if you are poop shy at work, that's going to give you 1 extra day to drop it at home. So I don't know if maybe this is the best time to do this, unless they're trying to get this. Maybe they're going to go to a 6-day work week. And this is just a preamble to getting people more like, hey, you better get used to pooping at work because you're going to be here more.
Do we know anybody that is from Australia that can weigh in on this?
Aussie me here.
There you go.
I'm awake and we need to poop more at work. They're telling us if we don't offload the wallabies at the pool.
Offload the wallabies. Right.
This is interesting slang that I like learning about it.
Things are different down under.
Yeah.
If we don't, we like to eat a bit of beer and some steak with rice for our dinner, and that can clog you up. And if you're clogged up, then you take an extra time to get to work, or maybe you have to avoid using the bathroom, and then your cubicle stinks. But all in all, it's a good thing.
Beer and steak.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I didn't realize that those were like lunchtime staples in Australia.
All the time.
All the time.
Every day. Mm-hmm.
I can certainly see why that would bind you up.
Yeah, a lot of protein.
Well, is it binding you up, or is it clear? Because if you're bound up, then it means like you have time to get home. But
we don't want to hold it.
But I mean, like I'm saying, like you might not be able to get it out.
No, you can get it out.
All right,
Just drink a poppy.
You can drink poppy.
Just drink a poppy, and you'll be fine.
You'll be fine.
All right,
You'll run right through you. You drop those wallabies off at the pool.
Uh-huh.
Was that a snort?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, no.
Arnar. All right. Well, anyway, thank you, Ozzy. I appreciate
You're
it.
welcome.
They have attracted 22,000 likes on their post on Facebook. We want people to not be scared to poo at work. We want people to achieve a stress-free public toilet poo experience. I also have to think that maybe, I've never been to Australia, but I also have to think that they might be a little bit more advanced in the dissemination of public toilets. Like pay toilets, where there's just kind of like a giant thing on the sidewalk there, and they open up and they look kind of high tech. There's a lot of cities trying to make that a thing. Constantly ignoring your need to poo could lead to things getting stuck in your colon and other serious issues. So part of it is destigmatizing it in the service of people not giving themselves issues. Sometimes they say it's referred to as poo paranoia. There's got to be a better way to say that.
Poo-anoia?
There's got to be a better way to say that. They say a lot of people might experience symptoms like increased heart rate, sweating, or nausea.
Ooh.
How about that?
If your heart rate is increased because you have to poop so bad, that's a tough situation.
No, I think that when they think they have to poop at work, their heart rate increases. Like it's like anxiety around that.
Yeah.
It smells like the devil pinched off a loaf in here.
They say that, remember that everyone poops. These are little mental exercises they suggest people can do. Visualize someone famous on the toilet.
How will that help?
I don't know. You know, they go, hey, do you have trouble?
Everybody pick their person. What famous person are you visualizing on the toilet to help?
Aubrey Plaza.
Okay. Weird one.
Weird one? Like, there's like a... Dumb and Dumber. Yeah.
I'm gonna go with Vin Diesel.
Vin Diesel.
It's about family.
Vehicle identification number Diesel.
Yep.
All right.
Dropping the kids off at the pool because it's about family.
It's about family. Yep. I live my life 1/4 inch at a time on the toilet. All right. Well, there you go. Jeff Bridges, Aubrey Plaza.
Not Jeff Bridges, Jeff Daniels.
I'm sorry, Jeff Daniels, Aubrey Plaza.
Jeff Bridges also
Vin
kind of works
Diesel.
because he got the swirlies in Big Lebowski.
Mm-hmm.
But
from the Nihilists.
Yeah.
Nice marmot. I've got to take a break. I will come back and have those Testament tickets for you. Testament. Your West Coast thrash legends are co-headlining a tour with Creator, who are equally as legendary, and special guest Possessed. It's a 1, 2, 3 punch. October 1 at the Agora. I'll have those for you after the break.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever
Heavy metal fans, line up, baby, because this is going to be a good one, a big one, a loud one. Testament, Chuck Billy, Alex Skolnick, and the gang are doing a co-headlining run with Creator. Legends All. Co-headlining, special guest Possessed. Going way back. Tuesday, October 1st. It's going to happen just a couple of weeks away. The world-famous Agora. Go to AXS.com for the info. And be caller 10. These tickets are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
He was placed in an escape pod moments before his home planet was destroyed by the devourer of worlds. On Earth, he is a god among men with superhuman powers. I don't know, at least that's what his will says.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
I think I might have some Testament in the chamber for Saturday night. Prepare for that show. We do a metal show here on The Buzzard. It is called 2 Hours to Midnight, and as the name implies, it airs at 10 o'clock on Saturday nights. And it's 120 minutes of nothing but metal. And across the spectrum. There's tech metal, there's deathcore, there's all kinds of stuff. Whatever you want to hear, you can always email me. It's just 2htm@wmms.com. If you're in a local metal band, get me your stuff. I like playing bands that are gigging around Northeast Ohio. Play a lot of throwbacks, a lot of classics, brand new stuff. Alan, dig Coxtradamus out of the sands of Jamaica because the Guardians have swept the White Sox. Yeah, that's no shock. It was a fleeting hope when I looked in at the bottom of the sixth and it was 5-4 Cleveland, that maybe the White Sox, I wasn't going to say I hope they win. Oh, gee, they might win. But that maybe they would score another run. They did not. But the Guardians did. So 6-4 is the final there.
Woohoo.
As far as the White Sox recent showings lately, that's kind of the best you can hope for. They got shut out yesterday. So it's an understatement to say ice-cold bats there at Guaranteed Rate Field. But Guardians sweep the Chicago White Sox. Guardians come back home tomorrow through next Thursday. You get yourself a full week of the Guardians here at home. 4 against Tampa and then 4 against the Minnesota Twins. And who, Mary, are the Minnesota Twins?
Kirby Bucket.
Kirby Bucket, not Rod Carew?
Nope.
You know, the Beastie Boys are the ones name-checking Rod Carew. Who are the other, who's the guy that played for the Indians and the Twins?
Oh, John Sampson?
Bert Blyleven. Didn't he play for the Indians?
I don't know.
John Sampson.
Yeah.
Harmon Killebrew. I think he played for the Twins back in the day. Yes, Rod Carew, Kirby Bucket, those guys are considered to be like the upper echelons in the history of that storied franchise. I mean, Rod Carew spent almost his entire career with the Twins. So, anywho, Guardians win, blah, blah, blah. 6-4 tonight. Tomorrow night, you'll hear the 1-4 against Tampa here on The Buzzard.
Alan, it happens a few times a year. I'll just have some lower back pain at work, and I get home and drop a huge carp in the toilet, a huge corn-eyed carp, and my lower back pain goes away.
A corn-eyed carp? I love the euphemisms guys will come up with for poop. You mentioned the corn-eyed carp is an invasive species, by the way. That's why if you see one, sir, you should stomp on it because you can't be assured that the flushing will do the trick. They're slippery. So, top of the show today, Bill was like, I saw one of those spotted lantern flies, and they tell you to squish those.
All right,
right?
I did. I had to chase it around and hit.
Where was it?
It was on the roof of my building. I was up there, and I had to slap it with my my slide, and it took a couple swings.
Oh, your shoe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Took a minute, but I got it. It's dead. And then I reported it like you're supposed to.
What do you call ODNR? Who do you call?
What was the website?
Oh, they have a website?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Just like the...
Spotted lanternfly is indigenous to China, but it is spread invasively to the far reaches of, it's in Japan, it's in the United States. And they tell you, they're like, this thing is
the
Smooshing.
DNR.
not my kind of guy. It infests soybean crops, grapes, stone fruits. We saw one when we were in Pittsburgh. When we finally got into our hotel room, we were in Pittsburgh for the Green Day show at PNC Park a couple of weekends ago, and we were opening up the blinds in our room, but you couldn't open the windows. But you could open the blinds, and there was one right outside the window on the ledge.
They're big.
And I'm like, oh, my God. Look, I showed Nora. I go, that's one of those spotted lanternflies. And then I grabbed one of the lamps because I was ready to do my duty. I was going to smash the window. We were up on the 9th floor. I was going to smash the window so that I could take care of that spotted lanternfly, because that's what you're supposed to do. And I feel like I neglected my duty to do that. So Bill 1, AC 0 in the spotted lanternfly division. But it was almost like it was mocking us because it was right there on the other side of the glass, just kicking it on the ledge, not even moving because it didn't have to. There was no foot in its immediate vicinity. The spotted lanternfly. So, yeah, they suck the sap, Mary, is what they do. That's how they...
Sucker.
Yeah! And not the fun bird kind, not the yellow-bellied sapsucker. These literally suck sap. And they damage all these plants. And then they poop, and it creates all these other problems. When the spotted lanternfly is kicking out a corn-eyed carp, you don't want to be around.
Hi, Alan. It's another Mike from Parma calling. I'd like to wish my wife's cromulent Aunt Janie a happy birthday. She was with us last year at one of the cockouts at the Parma Tavern. To wish her a happy birthday, can you hit the post on anything by Tom Petty? Love me, love you, hate the show, bye.
Love Tom Petty. Dial 100.7 WMMS. Friday Wood here for Tom Petty. Hope this guy doesn't die in the very near future from heroin or anything. God, I forget how old Wildflowers is. How old this album is.
It's got to be close to what?
It's
50 years
30
old?
It's 30 years old. I mean, I remember playing it on the radio, and I was like, hey, brand new Tom Petty. I have no concept of time. You Wreck Me's great, but to this day, the best song on the Wildflowers album is one called It's Good to Be King. Just for me, because the last... You should have Brian listen. Does Brian care at all about Tom Petty?
He's never mentioned him.
He's just metal, right? Like
Is he?
I mean, he listens to everything. I don't think he dislikes Tom Petty, but he's never been like, oh my God, I love Tom Petty so much.
Love Tom. I'm so happy I got to see Tom Petty before he died. But he has this song, and I don't think it was ever a hit or anything. But it's called It's Good to Be King. And I love it because it's Steve Ferrone on the drums, who is just a phenomenal studio musician. He was in the Average White Band in the 70s. He was with Petty for a long time. But the last minute 40 of this song is just Steve Ferrone on the drums and cello. And it's a banger. I love it. Fantastic. But yeah, Wildflower's 30 years old now. And Tom Petty died when? Tom Petty's been dead for 2017, October 2017. So it'll be
7 years.
be the 7th anniversary here coming up. Tom Petty dying. Accidental heroin overdose. 1 week after the end of the Heartbreakers' 40th anniversary tour. He was 66. He was a character on King of the Hill. Remember that? He was on King of the Hill for 4 or 5 years. And I saw him one time with the Black Crows. And it was a great, great show. Again, he's not doing a lot of heavy lifting, but he's so smooth, boy. So smooth. Well, you should ask Brian. You should go, hey, do you know who Steve Ferrone is?
Hey, you like that Frone guy?
Hey, do you know Steve Ferrone, the Sausage King of Chicago? You touch me and I yell rat.
That's Froman.
That's simple. Oh, Abe Froman.
Yeah.
How could I forget? That dude is calling again for Mary. He's doubling down.
Why?
Madison Churro, because he's a big fan.
You think you turn him on.
Come on, man.
You get him all horned up.
Well, I don't know that he went that far, but he said she was
she's so
foxy.
pretty,
He
yeah.
said she's foxy, even without makeup. I didn't realize you weren't wearing makeup today.
I just
Oh,
want
you're
a
wearing
mascara.
I was going to say.
That's all you really wear.
The non-makeup makeup.
You're
look.
not like a makeup person much.
No.
Well, this guy likes whatever you're doing.
He's on real life.
Oh, Mary Santora.
He's what?
I didn't know if he was on the line or if he's leaving messages.
He's leaving messages on the iHeartRadio app. Easy to do, Mary. Little talkback button there.
Oh, Mary Santora. Why don't you and me take a ride on my burro? We can go into town and buy a churro. Just you and me, Mary Santora. I can't stop thinking about you. You're such a beautiful fox. My goodness.
A beautiful fox.
Hey, he didn't even include us this time.
Last time.
Yeah, we didn't even get called homos this time.
Last
Come
time he
on.
had to build Mary up by denigrating Bill and I.
Yeah.
He had to demean me and Bill Squire.
How do you work with these homos every day? You are a foxy lady.
Is that the same guy? I don't think
Yes,
it's the same
it
guy.
is.
I don't know.
You think two different guys are leaving those messages?
Second one's
How do you work with these homos every day? You are a foxy lady.
Yeah, because he's losing the thread of the... It's like halfway through the Johnny Football message, he forgets that he's doing an accent.
Right.
Forgot that he was doing a character. He's like, Alan? By the end of it, he's like, oh, okay, anyway.
Saw these flies, right? In July, early July, me and my friends went to a Guardians game. My friend ate a bunch of mushrooms, ended up having a bad trip. Thought his girlfriend was trying to set him up to get him killed by like a bunch of gangs and stuff.
Probably.
Ran out of her car over by the east side. I was just running around over by the CSU, over by the lake in that area, by that gas station, climbing up and down this little hill by these train tracks. He buried his phone. I went to go look for his phone. I couldn't find it, but I found hundreds of them lantern flies, babies, crazy, ugly.
People are leading amazing lives out there, aren't they? Is that the uncompetable guy or the smoking guy?
I don't know.
Uncompetable.
They all sound the same.
Keep on smoking, baby.
I think it's keep on smoking.
You hear that, audience? Mary doesn't care who you are. You all sound the same to her.
All the same.
Doesn't matter if you're calling me and Bill homos or all sound the same. They just all blend into every other caller.
How do you work with these homos every day? You are a foxy lady.
Brother, I ask myself that every day. Every day that I wake up and I get on the train and I say, I'm a foxy lady. How do I work with these two every day?
To what?
To what?
Nothing.
Well, you're just quoting him.
I'm not saying anything.
Uh-huh.
You love a sound drop. Alan.
What?
Nope.
Nope. No, I wouldn't do that to you.
Yes, you would.
No, come on.
Yes, you
I got
absolutely would.
I got plenty already. No, I wouldn't. Come on.
Not gonna get it.
Garth Algar remix.
you work with these homos every day? You are a foxy lady.
That's all he wants to tell you.
I know. Appreciate it. Thank you.
But I'll tell you what, also, tearing us down is no way to build Mary up. We can take it. She can't.
You're right.
She needs your
Compliments?
support, your accolades, your approbation. She needs all of it. Compliments.
Every bit of it.
Yes.
Every bit of it.
Mm-hmm. All right. Maybe he was, we're still developing Everybody Loves Mayor.
I thought this was
Be it in smaller chunks. Yes?
Jimi Hendrix.
Say again.
Is this Jimi Hendrix?
It is Jamie Henders. Yep. This is Donald Van Jimothy. What's the guy's name?
Jimi Hendrix.
Foxy lady.
How do you work with these homos every day? You are a foxy lady.
Jimi Henders. Yep, right there.
Alan, Jimi Hendrix.
Jamie Hendrix?
Yes.
Yeah. Jimi Hendrix, I think, is who you're thinking of.
Oh.
But close.
That was the guy who died because he was left-handed?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, he had Southpaw's disease. I've got it myself. I'm on borrowed time because I'm a left-hander. So how funny is it now, Mary?
Well, you made it twice as long as he did.
Yeah, well, I sure did. Oof.
How do you work with these homos every day? You are a foxy lady.
Jimi Henders.
Jimi Henders.
Yeah.
Jimi Hendrix.
Jimi Henders.
All right, I got to take a break. Send me a text. You can leave messages on the iHeartRadio app. Plenty of people opt to do that. And 35192 to text there. AlanCoxShow.com. Well, no, go to the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel. Watch the show there.
Foxy lady. Here I come, baby. I'm coming to get you.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Is this chick? I like dark-haired chicks, but is this chick supposed to be hot? Like, it used to be in music videos, the chicks are knockouts, but...
Is that guy supposed to be hot?
Guys are more like regular.
They're regular people.
Still good looking, but regular good looking.
Like me. I get it.
Exactly.
They don't laugh that hard.
I knew you were going to say that once I grabbed.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group. Shop over 10,000 vehicles online at KenGanleyAuto.com.
Hey, it's Alan Brownser on the road on Sunday, so we are back at it. The Cox Out pregame party is going to happen this Sunday, our first of the season, at the Parma Tavern. We sit there from noon to 2. We're doing the Bud Light football face-off. This is round one. Somebody qualifies for the trip to Vegas, the big old finals there, and then somebody goes to New Orleans for the big game in 2025. So be there for round one this Sunday, noon to 2. WMMS.com has all the info for you, and I'll see you on Sunday. The Cox Out pregame, Parma Tavern from noon to 2 with MMS.
Hey, it's Steve. Sorry I couldn't get to the phone. Leave a message at the beep.
Hey, it's Jason from Chase. Congrats on closing day. Hope your daughter enjoys the new pool.
Start your house buying journey today with the Chase My Home digital dashboard. From applications to managing your mortgage, we're with you all the way home. Chase, make more of what's yours. Visit chase.com/home. Restrictions and limitations apply to the access of Chase My Home. Home lending products subject to credit and property approval. Rates and program terms subject to change. Other restrictions apply. Member FDIC. Equal housing opportunity.
A gain scent bead story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said Maraca, senor, but his nose said, hey, freshest scent ever. Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of Gain scent beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing. Actually, Jim, most noses call them Gain scent beads. Try Gain scent beads, way fresher than detergent alone.
Uline is here for the hard workers, for the ones rolling up their sleeves, working round the clock, and getting the job done. You're dedicated to doing what it takes to keep a business growing. Uline is dedicated to helping you make that happen. Working 7 days a week, staying fully stocked and ready to ship any of our 41,000 items the same day. Uline, your shipping and industrial supply specialists. Visit uline.com.
On sale now, comedian Bassem Youssef, The Middle Beast Tour, live at MGM Northfield Park, September 15th. Youssef is known as the former host of the popular TV show Al Burnham and can be seen on Netflix's Mo and Hulu's Rami. Get tickets to the fun now at Ticketmaster.com. That's Ticketmaster.com. Bassem Youssef, live at MGM Northfield Park, September 15th. Get tickets at Ticketmaster.com for comedian Bassem Youssef, The Middle Beast Tour, live at MGM Northfield Park, September 15th.
What if you could use your money to make money? At Solo Funds, they've created a community where you can support others financially and improve your finances in return.
including burrs, buds, Yugi, and more. Visit heartofohiohvac.com to get the best professional service for your home.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
You use your microphone for f***ing... You think you're powerful and smart? You're a f***ing idiot.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Bongo la, bongo cha cha cha, parlami del Sud America. Quello che dicono laggiù, forse è fantasia e nulla più. Bongo la, bongo cha cha cha, è davvero così fantastica.
That was the uncompetable guy who left the message for us. He goes, if there's a message about drugs and it sounds like me, it's probably me. That's a good way to figure that out. So thank you. Appreciate that. Guardians sweep the Chicago White Sox there in the Windy City. I was, maybe an hour or so ago, I was walking past the booth where they produce the Guardians games here at iHeart Cleveland, and I heard Tom Hamilton regaling the audience with stories of his favorite pizzas in the city of Chicago. I heard him mention Gino's East, and I heard him mention Lou Malnati's. And I won't argue with either of those. There's some smaller, mom and pop joints too that I would recommend to anybody. Anytime somebody tells me they're going to Chicago, where should they go? I'm like, that's an extraordinarily broad question. I just ask, where are they staying? Because, you're not going to get in your car and drive. The map will tell you it's 20 minutes. It's 45 minutes. So, Gino's East. If you're going to go with like the big local chains, Lou Malnati's, Gino's East. Those aren't bad picks. But the Guardians will be back here at home tomorrow to start up. They're doing 2 home stands, 4 games apiece. It's going to be the Tampa Bay Rays, and then it's going to be the Minnesota Twins. And you will hear all of it here on MMS. First pitch tomorrow night at 7:10, I believe. While everyone else is hemming and hawing and hawing and hemming and then hemming some more. And then hawing one more time over how to reach the electorate. There's no shortage of micro-targeting of audiences. There is no level to which people will not pander. There's a woman named Sally Duvall who's running for Congress in Texas. She's a Democrat. She's pushing to legalize marijuana. Now, I didn't realize that pot wasn't legal there in Texas. For all of and I love Texas. Every time we've gone, had a great time. You kind of, once you get the dust in the air and the boots and the rocks and you kind of feel that vibe when you're in Texas. We have a lot of bureau chiefs down there, but your mileage may vary when you go to Texas. But for all this talk about like freedoms, there's a lot of things, boy, that are outlawed in Texas. Weed and abortions. Probably near the top of the list there. Now, I'm talking about if you're a person. If you're a company, all bets are off. If you're a company or a corporation, you can pretty much do whatever you want. But if you're a person, not so much. Sally Duvall is running for Congress, and her campaign ad is just her doing some bong rips to get people interested in her campaign. And
I love it.
She pretty much looks the way you think she would. Sally Duvall for the Texas State House. Her firing up a spliff and then...
My name is Sally Duvall, and I'm running for the Texas House of Representatives. You might already know what's in this, but do you know who has no idea and no way to test it? law enforcement. They arrest people every day for marijuana possession, but they don't have the funding to test if it's illegal marijuana or a federally legal hemp product. Our laws are confusing and unclear. While marijuana remains illegal for most Texans, hemp products that can get you high, like Delta 8, Delta 9, and THCA, are being sold at more than 7,000 retailers statewide. But our Lieutenant Governor, he wants to both regulate and ban these products. Now, it doesn't take a genius to figure out that you can't do both of these things. Fortunately, we don't have to choose between safety and legalization. We can and should have both, but it's going to take leaders who know enough and care enough to do what's right. My opponent doesn't, which is a real shame. Not only will legalization and regulation help support our small farmers and medically complex Texans, but the tax revenue...
Medically complex Texans.
I like that.
And mental health services.
First time I've heard that. Medically complex.
Texans should have the freedom to...
I like how she kind of forgets what she's saying halfway through.
Read all
She is
about
ripping
my
the
common
bong.
sense policy. I'm Sally Duvall, and I believe it's high time for change in Texas.
High time, I
Should
get
have
it.
the freedom to consume
Right
these
there on the
products
kitchen
if they want
counter.
to. You can visit my website to read all about my common sense policy. I'm Sally Duvall, and I believe it's high time for change in Texas.
She's got the voice. She's got all of it. It's high time for change there in Texas. We got a lot of bureau chiefs down there. This is how you can make yourself heard. They're in the 7th District. Well, congratulations to her. Best of luck.
Keep on smoking, baby.
That's right. She should hit that guy up.
I'm having an overdose of the store with my wife.
Overdose of what?
Marijuana. I don't know if it had something in it. Can you please send rescue?
Did you guys have fever or anything?
No, I think we're dying.
Okay, how much?
Time is going by really, 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 really slow.
Spoiler alert. I was reading this article in The Atlantic. It was a couple of weeks ago, but they were like, hey, this particular person was like, I'm all in favor of the way the law is going, but marijuana is just too strong now. As it's become easier to get, it has become harder to smoke. I'm talking about people who fire up the flower. They're like, pot, and you hear this all the time, you know, it's not your grandfather's pot. And boy, that's right. Now, I couldn't tell you the last time I fired up the flower. I'm an edibles guy. But for people who smoke, and I got nothing against smoking.
I still like to smoke. That's
Yeah,
my favorite.
occasionally.
I don't like the edibles. I like the smoke because it's quicker and like I
Doesn't
know
last
how much
as
I'm
long.
getting. Yeah, it doesn't last as long. The edibles can really jam me up.
Oh, like a day-long high is what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
no.
Yeah, I don't have that, but I mean...
Smoke weed every day.
I haven't smoked in 3 years. I haven't been high in over 3 years.
Is that by design or accidentally?
Smoke some
By
crack.
design. I'm not going to smoke crack.
By design.
No, thank you.
Smoke weed
You're
every
such a
day.
nerd.
Yeah, I know.
She's not even California sober.
Nope.
She's sober.
Fully sober, clean and sober.
Good for you.
Thanks.
Except for the Adderall.
Well, doctor prescribed, but yeah.
Well, a doctor could prescribe marijuana, Mary.
It could.
Yup. You know what that's called?
What?
Medicinal
Hey.
marijuana. Strange thing happened on the path to marijuana legalization, this guy says. The density of the nugs is crazy, one person says. They're so sticky. These strains of marijuana are not for amateurs. They said compared to what people were smoking even 20 years ago, the THC content has tripled from 5 to 16%, which still understates how strong weed has gotten. They said you walk into a dispensary, be hard-pressed to find a single product that advertises a 5% THC level. And so they're like, for the average smoker who wants to take a few hits without getting absolutely blitzed, I feel like that's why I haven't smoked in a while, because I feel like the last time I did, I was like, Jesus Christ. I had the experience that you describe with edibles.
See, that's why I just
I feel like I've dialed in the edibles.
One
like,
or two hits, and I'm like, I'm good. And people are like, oh, you don't want it? I'm like, no, I don't like to be super high. I
Right.
like a little buzz.
But again, that's what this guy's talking about.
Yeah.
Even a couple of hits, you're walking around, with your head spinning for the entire day. They also said that marijuana users are less likely to experience severe COVID infections. I don't know how that works, because whatever you think about marijuana legalization, you are smoking. This notion that it's somehow good for you. I don't mean medicinally. I don't mean mitigation of pain. The notion that it is good for you is one that gets pushed around a lot. It might be better for you than some other things. But, fun costs you.
That's the same people who are like, I drink red wine because it's got antioxidants.
My
It's like,
polyphenols are all in there.
You drink 2 bottles. So
2 bottles.
You're probably good. Good for a few days.
Think of all the antioxidants they got, Mary.
Right.
Yeah. Alan, I saw Medically Complex Texans open for Primus a few years ago at Stephen West Park. I saw Concept of a Plan open for Primus. They were really good. A Texas House candidate sounds like Peggy Hill. Who was that, Kathy Najimy? I don't recall Peggy Hill's
She
voice.
doesn't sound like Peggy Hill. Peggy Hill doesn't have a smoker's rasp, does she?
No.
I don't think so.
I mean, she did. There's an episode about them smoking. But
Here's a Peggy Hill clip from an old episode.
Be careful on the April Fool's jokes.
That's not.
It's not.
That's not Peggy Hill. Oh, Hank and Peggy's smoking days.
Yeah. And then
All right.
Bobby starts smoking too, and then they.
But he's so young.
Right, and then they make him smoke a bunch. To well, you're gonna smoke the whole carton, and then he gets addicted too.
Yeah, did that ever work, by the way? Like the aversion therapy?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Everybody always had those stories, and I didn't know if they were apocryphal or not. Like if they were actually happening. Oh, my dad, he made me go behind the garage and smoke a cigar, hoping it would get me off of them, and now he smokes cigars. My parents never did that to me. My parents didn't smoke when I was a kid. My siblings all smoke to this day.
That flesh-eating virus has claimed another victim.
Well, don't let it worry you, Peggy. Sometimes you just gotta relax and enjoy life for all its rich, mellow flavor.
Hank, what are you doing?
Well, Bobby vomited with 1 pack to go. I couldn't throw him out. That would be wasteful.
But we haven't smoked for 12 years.
I know, but, well, hey, doesn't the smell take you back?
What do you get?
Like a log flume ride.
Yeah.
That's what you get for your trouble life.
When I was just kind of getting into dating, it was imperative. Another thing that my mom tried to drill into our brains was don't date smokers. Her thought was, what if you fall in love? And now you're in love with someone who's a smoker, and you're not going to break up with them because they're a smoker. And then maybe you have children. And then those children, my mom, loved my mom. She would weave these tales, right? And I guess it made some sense to me, but there was a period of time because I was not a daring young man. And so when I started dating people, end of high school, beginning of college, invariably you would be dating people, or at least going out with people, who were smoking. And there was a period of time where I got so hooked on making out with somebody who smoked. It was like you were dancing with the devil, but you weren't smoking. Now, I'd started smoking weed when I was 15 years old, but it was never like a daily thing for me. That was in place of drinking. I didn't drink till I was 26. But I just remember making out with girls who had smoked. And I was like, man, I could get used to this. I don't know when that ended, but it was, I didn't mind that at all. But Hank and Peggy, as you said, Mary, that doesn't sound like the lady there in Texas.
Not at all.
Be careful on the April Fool's jokes.
Indiana, one of our bureau chiefs sent me this, then I have to go to a break. Dollar store urine candle, right? That sounds like the name of sounds like a Melvin's record.
That sounds like any candle you get from a dollar store.
Candles filled with urine spill on a 9-year-old at a Dollar Tree in South Bend, Indiana.
This is what we live for, baby.
They say don't have your kids unaccompanied. They'll get covered in urine.
They'll get a pee candle. Mm-hmm. Honey, what does this smell like? It certainly doesn't smell like anything good.
That's
Asparagus.
Yeah, so this mom was quite displeased.
USBT 22.
Yeah, this all happened last Thursday at the Dollar Tree on State Road 23 in South Bend near Ironwood Drive. WSBT 22's Nick Outhoff talked with that mother tonight. Nick, the mother, she told you she is demanding answers.
Last Thursday.
Nick, you want to grab this piss candle story, pal? I need somebody out there at the Dollar Tree on Route 22.
Come on, I did the poop in public thing last week.
He's like, I'm low man in the totem pole. I just got out of J school, and now I'm here at South Bend.
Why am I the excrement guy?
Unthinkable act. Adriana Shelton and her...
Is there any unthinkable act now? I mean, I certainly don't think that a urine-filled candle rises to the level of an unthinkable act.
I would say unexpected act.
There you go. Yeah. A surprise.
No one's expecting it. I don't know about unthinkable.
There you go. It's like the Spanish Inquisition. Yeah. Nobody expected that either.
Her 9-year-old daughter, Gray, were at the Dollar Tree on South Bend Avenue shopping for a gift for Gray's teacher when Gray reached for a candle on the shelf.
We're smelling candles, and she picked up a candle to smell and tilted it back, and it literally, liquid went down her. And at first we're like, maybe it's just water. And as we're walking through the store,
you're like, we are praying this is water.
Oh, yeah.
But wouldn't you smell it immediately? Immediately.
I give it a think.
Really hope this is water, because otherwise, you know what it'll be? Unthinkable.
Mm-hmm.
We get a foul smell. And Grace goes, Mom, my shirt really stinks.
That smell was...
Her shirt?
Yep.
Mom, my shirt really stinks.
We got a bigger problem.
Of course, honey. Go grab a pack of that half-ply toilet paper over there.
So the store employees, the manager, has asked for corporate to put in cameras in those areas, and corporate just doesn't want to pay for those.
I talked to the store manager on duty today. They say
Dollar
Tree has been in contact with police and are trying to find who is urinating in the candles.
It's just a mess. They need to do better. They need to actually care. Even if it's not what they want to do, at least have a warning. Hey, be on the lookout. Because this is just unacceptable.
Hey, they should have a warning. Beware of pee-filled candles.
Somebody may have peed in our candles. I mean, that's not anything I'm ever going to not think of now. Like, I'm always going to be like, be careful with the candles.
Yes.
Someone may have peed in them.
You lean your head in. You don't pick the candle up and tilt it towards your face. What if somebody, again, this is a prank that's not nearly as invasive as filling it with pee, but what if somebody just recently lit the candle and you go to smell it, hot wax all down your face? Now, for some of us, that's our thing, but it's not for everybody. Sometimes I want to have a little Madonna, Willem Dafoe time.
You find out that it is in that moment, and now you're in public. Like,
Yes, I'm shaking and shivering. My pants sliding down my thighs. Here comes this kid careening around the corner, and I've got hot wax all over my chest. Nobody wants that.
Pee-pee's what I like to do. Pee-pee-poo, pee-pee-poo.
All right. I'm going to take a break. I want to get the last word in. Mary Santora has to go.
Goodbye.
But tomorrow, I will meet you back here.
Yes.
Bill will be gone.
Just us.
Just us. We're going to talk about him for 4 hours, Mary.
I can't
wait. In tropical Spokane.
He's gonna write.
It's tropical, right?
Yeah, it sure is.
Oh, okay, good, good. All right, good.
He is going to leave me a series of notes that in his absence I can insert occasionally to maintain that level of hatred you have for him while he's gone.
You can't just give me one day off.
All right.
Thank you.
But I'm going to get that list of notes for Monday. Okay, bye. All right, we got to take a break. You waiting for the last word in? Send me a text, 35192.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell